T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in SM. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
necessity. No, 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 not because you want to, because you need to. Have a bump of this. Voila. There you go.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgy. Are you guys feeling today? Are you feeling it? I'm kind of feeling a little something different cooking up today. I really am. I mean, it doesn't really look like it. $31, or sorry, 31.5 thousand shares traded this morning. It's kind of, it looks meh, but I'm kind of feeling this. I'm looking at it and I'm kind of feeling it. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just being hopeful. But I'm feeling it. All right, let's take a look at things here. See where we're at. Price predictions for the day. Let's see. Eric, myself, and Duncan all scored points. So let me go ahead and fix that. All right, let's look at True Demons data. The everyday price increase of 0.16. I know it's so small. It's so small, but you know what? It doesn't matter because it's still a net positive gain, and that's what counts. That's what counts. Utilization. Actually, let me start with short exempt. That was up to 133.9. So that's an increase, very small, but it's an increase. And utilization. Just ever so slightly down, 86.52. Now let me start updating some of my screens and we'll be good to go. Okay, watch institutional ownership on the top right hand side, 138.66. Apparently, I gotta log in first. Hold on a second. Okay, so it's up. Institutional ownership is up from 138.66 to 138.72. That's good. We want to continue to see that go up. I'm actually going to start tracking GME's data as well. Just won't do it right here, right this second. I'll do it a little bit later. Traded in the dark pools. What do we got here? Come on, dark pools. Pull it up. There we go. So we ended the chartexchange.com showing a total of 58.55. I would think that would probably translate to about 63% traded into the dark pools. We'll check that out here in a minute in Stonko Tracker and see how close that is. Estimated current short share interest of the free float down to 17.67. Oh, the fuckery begins. Wait a minute. Am I looking at the wrong stock? No, I'm on the right stock. I love it. I love it. The utilization showing down. Yep. Yeah. Well, it is what it is. This is the first effect of possibly what I was talking about with people DRSing their shares. You'll see utilization possibly going down, but we'll see. You know, utilization as utilization goes down, estimated current short share interest of the free float will go down. But we'll check it out here in just a minute, and we'll see what the differences are. Current open interest. Let's see. Current open interest currently on strike price is highest at $45. That's the same as yesterday. It was 18.7 thousand contracts yesterday. It is now 21,000 contracts. 18.7 to 21. On the put side of things, highest level of open interest is currently at 30. That is down from 34 yesterday. It was 34 yesterday with 13.8 contracts. It is now 30, and it's a total of 17.2. 13.8 to 17.2. So the spread is a $15 spread between the low and the high, giving us the middle ground of being $37. Wait, is that right? No, $37.50. I'm sorry. $37.50, but our max pain is, I didn't update that one yet. It was 39 yesterday. It is now 39 today. So our middle ground is below max pain, but so is our price. Our price is below max pain as well. And what's the ratio? The ratio is not even quite 2 to 1. 17.2 to 21. So it's over 1 to 1, but it's not too much over. All right, let's take a look at the other screen. Oh man, lordy, look at that jump. On loan average age per day from 72.73 to 75.72. Ouch. The amount of shares that they went, the amount of shares on loan increased ever so slightly. From 113.7 to 113.7. 12. 703 to 712. Just, what is that? 9,000 shares? Ever so slightly. Holy moly, though. Look at that increase, that spike right there. Dang. That's massive. Well, that's juicy. Juicy, juicy. All right, what's next? Let's figure out why our utilization dropped just ever so slightly. I can't wait to see what Fintel. I can't wait to see what Fintel has to say about why that's 17.67% short share interest of the free float now. I can't wait to see them. You know, try to justify how that changed. All right, what do we got here? 113.71 million shares divided by our utilization, giving us 131.4 million shares available to borrow. That's right there alone. That could be the difference between why utilization went down ever so slightly, because that is 100,000 more shares that are available to loan today than there was yesterday. So, how many shares does that mean there's available to borrow? Subtract shares on loan. 17.7, 100,000 more. What in the world? Yesterday we only watched. I only saw them borrow off a stock tracker 250,000 shares. That was it. But I also believe that I don't believe that they were reporting completely all the shares that were borrowed. Although this does kind of jive with what these numbers are showing. We have no data. I'm gonna put NA in here for Monday. No reporting due to the holiday. Okay, so let's take a look at how that looks on the charts here. Utilization. There's the very small drop in utilization. It went from 86.59 to 86.52. Very small. This is gonna be really difficult for them to explain right here. This is massive dip in current short share interest of the free float. Come on, Ortex. Come on. Really? All right. It is what it is. Well, I'll get on Twitter here in a little bit and see why it is that they're reporting what it is that they're reporting. I'm sure they'll make an adjustment to that. We'll see. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently trending in 6th position. 6, 7, 8, 9, no, 7th position. Currently with 50% buys to 50% sell orders. Very mixed mixture. GME had fallen to 15th position yesterday. They have fallen. Now today they've fallen to 20th position on most heavily traded orders on Fidelity. This is 63% buys to 37% sells. Not bad numbers. It's better than us. All right. I said about 63% would be about how much dark pools would show. It was only 61.6. Kind of close. not terribly. I was off by about 1.5%. 16.4 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 121.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. I don't like that number. Too high. How many shares did they borrow this morning? Today is the 12th. There's 100,000 right there. There's another 100,000. There's 200,000, so that's 4, 5. I'm gonna just call it 5, even though it's not. Actually, that's half. So 0.45 right up until this point right here, and then I'm gonna have to do some math. So let's see. Okay, so in total, it looks like about 2.66 million shares have been borrowed so far this morning. Kind of just mathing a little bit here, some of the quick data. So I'm just going to call it an even 2.5. I like kind of having rounded numbers. I don't need that extra 10,000. For reporting purposes, it's not that big of a deal. Nice little run up while we weren't looking. Looking at the markets because I just want to see how China fared overnight. Oh, in the red. China in the red. Most of the Eastern markets not doing too well yesterday. That'll probably mean down day for us as well, for our market. Currently, Robinhood is down negative 0.36 in the pre-market. Amazon is up 0.19. Cinemark is breaking even. Doge is negative 1.2. GME is positive in the pre-market, basically a percent. Well, now it's, yep, there it is, percent. It's jumping around. We are up almost a 0.5%. Uh-oh, I'm gonna have to close my Weeble. There we go. It was showing up a bunch of extra stuff. Yesterday we this is crazy, guys. This is nearly 30. It's 28 point spread between outflow and inflow. So 28 more $1 million in outflow than inflow, and yet we ended up the day up 6 cents. It was only 6 cents, but we ended up, and yet we had a $28 million flow difference. Flow's calling. Flow's calling. Looking at the 1 hour charts, heavy buying pressure. A little more selling pressure than there is buying pressure. It could cross over. RSI is right down the middle. On a 30-minute interval, we have buying power crossed over. There's more selling power or pressure than there is there's more selling pressure occurring with a RSI of 53.09, so it's got room to move up. That's looking good. On a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure, but it hasn't even come close to crossing over yet. So it's looking good right there. The RSI is a little bit high on a 5-minute interval at 68.42. It's getting really close to touching the top here at 70. So we might see a little bit of a reversal coming here. Short term. I'm feeling it. I am definitely feeling it. Going through and reading some of this information here. Just see what's going on. Yeah, so we've got 33,000 shares that have been traded in the pre-market this morning so far. We still have another 20 or 35 minutes left of time before we hit our pokey stick of volume. If I had to guess, I think that we might hit or be really close to the range of like maybe 90,000 shares. No, I take that back. Maybe 70,000 shares. 70,000 shares by the time that hits. This is that reversal that I was saying, a short-term reversal. Good morning, JP. Morning, Azurul. Good to see you guys back. Yeah, I woke up this morning. So there was a lot of talk last night. I don't know if you guys use Webull or not. Webull was showing some really interesting post-market data in the after hours, like this weird spike kind of happening, and there was a lot of buzz kind of going on with that. And you know, I tend to really kind of just kind of I kind of chalk it up to being misreporting or just kind of data error. And you know, I think what they were getting excited about was this you know spike up here in price. It was like 15 cents. It went from like sidewards trading to a spike just at the very end of about 15 cents. And you know, I thought, I don't understand why people are really going nuts about it, but I mean, it was kind of cool to see. But then the market opened up this morning and boom, they just attacked it from 37.54 all the way down to 36.90. So three quarters of a dollar, almost three quarters of a dollar. And ever since that point, that bottom point of 36.90, it's been working its way back up the chain again. It's another fine day, guys. I'm feeling really strong about today. You know, yesterday, let's look at that data. I didn't even put that up here yet. Blinding, blinding, blinding. Watch out. Let's see. What do we get? Let's see how this looks on our suck squeeze bang blow. So we ended at 37.25. And our total volume was 37,291,900 as of right now. It'll change. At just pretty much like this yesterday. The volume from Friday probably changed as well. Oh, nope, it's still the same. 37,704,300. Okay, so no other changes here. So it's just these. This is going to go ahead and become yellow. We're still in the squeeze phase here. No huge spike up in volume. But again, this is great. I mean, we're doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing in the squeeze phase. You know, if I go back up and I read the definition that I created for it, it's best identified when there's a sudden volume spike, which we saw back last Thursday. Not this last Thursday, but the Thursday prior. Price and volume may fluctuate during this time, but day-over-day price and volume hits should be signaling. True, true, false, true, false, true, false, true. True, false, 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 true, false, true. Hit, miss, 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 hit, miss, hit. This is perfect. I mean, this is textbook perfect. We're having exactly what we're supposed to be having in the squeeze phase. So all we wait now for is the next signal for the next phase, which is the bang, which is best identified when volume and price spikes. Price will remain relatively the same during this period, but volume will fall leading into the next phase. So best identified when volume and price spikes. We'll know it. It's going to be very obvious when it hits. It's bang, right? You don't not see a bang. So that's what we're looking for next. And like it says, price will remain relatively the same. I I kind of hesitated on changing this a little bit because there is some of the cycles that we've seen in the past that's not necessarily true, um, but it has to do with perspective. When you're sitting at, say, for example, I'll just go back and show you. When you're sitting at $3.12, when the price really doesn't fluctuate more than $1, it doesn't look like very much. Now, however, if you look at actual percentage differences, it's actually quite a bit. But when I say perspective, I'm talking about like if you're just looking at the dollar amount, it really isn't changing all that much. It's just not. The very first day is always going to be different than the rest, but everything else after that should be pretty close to the same. And they are. They're really relatively close, even though the percentages are different, are way off. The visual look of the price is roughly about the same. Coming down here, you look at it, the very first day is a spike of 6.88%, and then it's 233. These 3 days right here, the 3 days following after that, the price is relatively the same, 306, 297, 298. Coming down here, you have a 15.4% increase in price from previous, 929, but then the next 3 days after that, relatively pretty close. There's less than $1 swing in price. Coming down here and look at the next one, 23.74% increase in price, 1277. The very next day is 1298, and you don't get much more than $1 swing in either direction. So it's relatively close to the same price. Even though you have, there's a swing here from 14 to 1264, which is a 9% decrease in price right here between these two. The relativeness of how close these prices are is not bad. It's really just, it doesn't visually look bad. So that's kind of what we're looking for, just as an example of what I'm trying to talk about. When I say price doesn't, what's the definition again? Price doesn't, price will remain relatively the same. It's just relative. It's not actually based off of percentages, but relative. So we're doing good, guys. We're doing really good. We're inside this squeeze phase here, and we'll know it when the bang hits. It will be very poignant. I can't say that I use that word very often. Now I have to look it up. Oh, that's not the right word at all. Oh, okay. Well, it says one of the definitions is sharp or pungent in taste or smell. I guess the adjective doesn't sound right though. If you look at the definition for that, evoking a keen sense of sadness or regret. Yeah, that's not exactly what I was looking for. It'll be very obvious. It's gonna punch you in the face. So what would I expect to see today, based off of that the suck squeeze bang blow theory? And honestly, I don't know. I honestly can't tell you. We just had a hit. I could see one, either our price or our volume not hitting today, giving us like kind of like that hit or miss intervals that we should be seeing. So we may not hit price or we may not hit volume. Although the way that it's looking right now, I would suggest that we'll have higher volume today. That's just suggesting. I'm going to actually up my, well, as of right now, I have to see the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. But as of right now, I would probably adjust my volume prediction from 20 to 40 from yesterday to probably 30 to 50 today, although I think we're probably going to hit just slightly higher than 50 million in 50 million shares is traded. But I'd rather guess low than high. If I miss it by a couple million shares on my prediction, I'm okay with that. I don't usually go with like weird numbers like, 35 to 55, which I probably is what I would need to do to get today's um, prediction correct. Actually, you know what? I'll just do it. I don't do it very often. I don't change my numbers like to weird numbers like that, but that's as of right now, that's probably what I'll stick with is 35 to 55 million shares. But again, I have to wait for that 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume to really make that that hard decision on what I'm going to go for on volume. Why is it important? I don't even know if I ever really sit here and talk to you guys about why it's so important for me to guess volume every single morning. But if you go with the golden rules that I have, the way that not the golden rules, I'm sorry, the way that I'm going to figure out when I'm going to be selling on the backside, there's the two indicators, right? And it's day over day volume decreasing is the first indicator, and the second indicator is dip size. Previous dip size to current dip size decreasing over day. If those two flag on the same day, then I know that it's time to sell on the next peak. So, and this is all based off the analysis from the GME model, which I, compared to the VW squeeze and I compared to the Tesla squeeze, and it worked both times. And we just had CEI not too long ago that we looked at it, and I showed you, okay, well, you should have sold on the 29th if you follow those two indicators on when you should sell out of a squeeze play, and you would have sold for a really good price, just around 20% from the top on CEI. So those are the two best indicators you can go by to know if you're on the backside of a squeeze or not. So why is it important for me to know what volume is going to look like for the day every single day? This is the reason why. Because if I know what the volume is going to do for the day, I know what that flag is going to be before it happens, right? This is why it's so important for me to track this volume on a daily basis, because I know what the heartbeat is of our stock. And if that second flag indicator, the dip indicator, flags for the day, and I already know that our volume is going to be lower than the previous day because I'm tracking it so adamantly, then I know what that's going to be. I know what that first flag is going to be. And so, if I didn't know that, I would have to wait for the end of the day to see what the volume is and then make the trade, which might be too late. And more than likely not, but it could be too late. And the reason I say that is because, and this is why golden rule number three is so important. Having aftermarket hour trading ability is key. You cannot not have that. Because more than likely what's going to happen is that you're going to see the price spike, that spike back up in price happening in the aftermarket hours. So if you want to be able to sell at a good price, or the best price that you possibly can to the top, which is I feel like I can get within 20% of the top. If you want to be able to do that, then you have to be able to sell in those aftermarket hours. Do you take a hit? Yes, you do, 100%. It costs more to trade in the aftermarket hours than it does during the market hours, but to me, it's worth it. If I can get to 20% within the top, it's worth paying that extra little money to make the trade during those hours. For Fidelity, it costs you that much. I don't know if that's the case for every stock that's out there, or sorry, every broker that's out there. But I know for Fidelity, it does cost you a little extra money to trade in the pre-market and after-hour market trading periods. There was some news last night. I'm trying to remember what it was I wanted to share with you guys. Let me pull up the news real quick and see if I can remember what it was. Oh yeah. That's right. Iceberg Research. You remember those guys? We were gonna look them up. I got a message from, I don't remember who it was, but oh yeah, I do remember. Azrul, I think you contacted me and said, what's going on here. Uh, let's check this out. Short selling firm says it's covered bet against AMC. This was the Iceberg, I believe it was, a short selling research firm. I'm looking at MarketWatch, article from MarketWatch. A short selling research firm says it's covered its bet against cinema chain AMC Entertainment at a profit. Iceberg Research, in a tweet, said it covered its short against AMC after the stock fell 30%. Its holding Iceberg had first announced its short against AMC in July. The firm didn't disclose the size of their position. Iceberg said it might make another bet against AMC. So we did that. We went and we looked it all up. The very first time, I remember this. I remember this very specifically, and I'm not going to say who it was, but one of my admins said, started freaking out. Was like, "Oh crap, we have another company who's coming in here and shorting AMC," and I was like, wait a minute, Iceberg Research for real? So we started looking into it, and what we found was this company was like a nobody company out in located in some place like non relevant. That there might have been like 2 employees, and their Iceberg Research was like a nobody. It was just absolutely a nobody. And so then later on Fintel, the reporting, if I remember correctly, the reporting on the size of their position was absolutely like abysmal. It was non-existent. So let's take a look at Fintel. Let's look at that data and see what's going on there. Drag it over here, and this is institutional ownership, right? All we gotta do is come down here, type in Iceberg. Oh, that's right. It doesn't show up as Iceberg. There's a different name for it. Let me see here. um, Let me see if I can find. I'm gonna blind you guys here. So warning, bright lights coming. 3, 2, 1. Hurts my eyes too. It might have been this one. I need to go back and see. When did it say that they had the position? July. Actually, we'll do this. I think there's a better way to look this up. It's not even showing them. I remember when we looked them up though, and I do recall it being under different names, slightly different. Let me see if I can figure it out here. While I figure out off to the side, I'll let you guys look at something different. But let's see, iceberg research. LGP iceberg coin vest. Let's see if I can find you, iceberg. Where are you at? Right, they should have a they should have their position filed. It might be under a weird name though. Yeah. So what you got to do, I think, is you have to look them up on Twitter. If I'm not mistaken, this is what I did the first time. I looked them up on Twitter because that's where their tweet came through. And you have to go to iceberg research, which I'm doing. And then you go to their site, and then it tells you icebergresearch.com. trying to find their company, what they file their positions under, what name, because I'm not finding it on. It's not called Iceberg Research. Hmm. I'm looking and I'm just not seeing their. I'm not finding the information. I've got to find this though. This might help me here. Iceberg SEC filing. Iceberg Corp of America. Hmm. I'm gonna have to go back and find, I think, the point, the actual location where they're from, because I might be able, if I remember correctly, we were probably found it last time based off of their entity identifiers, um, the LEI, entity identifier, and I think that's how I found them last time. But I'm gonna have to probably find that in order to figure out which what they're titled as, to see what their actual short position is. Because if you go to Fintel and you just look up Iceberg Research, it shows nothing, absolutely nothing. Um, Okay, here we go. I got their company number. Let's see if I can look it up through that. Interesting. Okay, so here I'll show you what I found. And I went back. I dug this up. I remember there being a Reddit post about this a while back, and so I dug up that post. I know there was something that I had commented on it as well, but it was much easier to find if you just do a quick Reddit search for Iceberg Research Reddit. It pops up with this being as like the #1 thing. But this is the name of the company here, and you know, it's based out of Ohio, Westerville, Ohio. There's like, I think there's like 2 employees, and yeah, um, the managing director is out of Bangkok, Nicholas Birkby. You know, and it provides you like a whole bunch of information in here. Their website, info on iceberg research. It was all here. This is all broken down. This is posted by posted by Delete. It doesn't say who posted this after all. Apparently they got rid of it. A French national and Hong Kong resident, he was employed by Noble um, as a credit analyst from March 2011 to 7th of June 2013. There's a dispute as to whether Mr. Wagner was terminated for cause. Enlightened Ace Limited was incorporated in the Republic of. Yeah, it was real sketchy. The whole thing was real sketchy. I remember this. Um, A few Redditors went to the Ohio location but did not see nor able to talk to anyone there to confirm if it's associated with the iceberg research in Thailand, where the original IR allegedly exists. Yeah, the whole thing is sketchy. Super, super sketchy. But I have their company number right here, and it says Iceberg Research LLP. So I did a search on Fintel for Iceberg Research, based off of that CIK number. It says right here that this has not filed any forms with SEC apart from initial company registration. Security and Exchange Commission registration information for this number. Documents include ownership statements and insider trading documentation, but there's no documents for me to be able to pull up for this company. Just nothing. So yeah, we're not going to be able to see what size of a holding they had. And I would challenge the idea that that they're even really a legitimate company. So, anyways, it's time for time to see our pokey stick of volume, and our pokey stick of volume came in at looks like 28.9 thousand shares, putting us at a total of just under 70,000 shares traded for this morning. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say 35 to 55 on volume for the day today. I'm gonna stick with that. I think there's a very good chance that we'll see higher volume today than we saw yesterday. Of course, things can happen, during the trading hours that change that. But as far as price goes, that's difficult to say. Very, very difficult to say. I would probably lean towards a price guesstimate very similar to what I guessed yesterday, which was 37 to 40. Um, I want to up it though. I'm doing so well this week. I already have a point, and I don't know how risky I want to get. Let's see. I'm sorry, guys. I wasn't reading what it was you guys were saying. Let's see. Every time they tweeted, price went down significantly, 7/2 and 9/15. Those were the dates they tweeted. They are short AMC. I think there's some big D hiding behind a shell company. Sorry if I'm late here, but you saw Bigham's report. Yes, I did see Bigham's report. That was actually Hayes Master. Welcome to the channel. I was sent that. I'm sorry I didn't see you until just now. I was diving deep into that whole iceberg crap. But yes, I did see it, and I think it's great. I think one of the most interesting things about what Bigham's had to say in his report, I don't I would kind of want to I kind of want to play it so you guys can hear it, but I hate stealing content from other YouTubers because that's not what I'm about. I'm not here to steal from other people's content, and I feel like sometimes if like it's not older content that it's kind of stealing because they haven't gotten their full viewership. But basically, what I will do, because I have a link to it, and I know that you can't post a link, I will go ahead and post a link here for you guys to go check this out. But the most interesting thing that he said in there, um, the very most interesting thing that he said in that entire thing is that the dark pools, reduction of the dark pools is not what this is about. It's not about that at all. This all has to do with the call options, the long call options that are out of the money. It sounds like most of the um, manipulation is happening through the options. So I guess what I want to stress to you guys is that the whole idea that I'm talking about in regards to DRSing your shares, this further proves the point that I was trying to make where I got it wrong. I think a lot of us got this wrong. We all felt like they were hiding the buy orders in the dark pools, and I don't think that that's the case. I really just don't. And the negative downside to DRSing your shares. Thanks, Hayes. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I didn't get to you. I was when I'm diving real deep into something off on a side screen. I just can't see. I've only got two screens. I don't have three. so what you see on one screen is what I have on one screen, and what I have on the other is what I get to see. But yeah, the options. Let me post a link here first off, and I have to give credit to Delusion. I'm sorry, I'm drawing blanks this morning. I have to give credit to Delusion for posting this to me because he actually did post this to me at like 3:02 in the morning. And so I'm gonna post it here for you guys to see. This is really good DD. It's there. Go watch it. Like I'm never ever gonna stop you guys from going someplace to watch something. Obviously, I can't stop you, but I guess what I'm trying to say is I encourage you guys to go check out other people's content. Don't just check out mine. You need to. There's other people who have good content that's out there that needs to be seen. So go check that out, and I highly recommend it. It's good stuff. Go listen to it. But if you want to understand how reduction in dark pools isn't going to help us out, that's probably one of the biggest things you can watch that will help to to define that or explain that. I think we just had it all wrong. Unfortunately, we all really felt very strongly about the dark pools hiding our buy orders, and what we're seeing right now with GME um, having already DRS'd a lot of their shares, they're seeing a reduction in their dark pools 100%, but it's not helping their price. It's just, I mean, it is. I mean, today it is. Yesterday it is. But if you look at the 8-week average in price change week over week, it's stagnant. They have an average of 0.01%. Sorry, is it 0.01? Let me pull up my data again. I don't want to say wrong things. Yeah, 0.01% change week over week on price. So when you put that in the grand scheme of things of what it's doing to their price, because the main thought process was reduce dark pools, force those buy orders back to the lit exchange, which AMC Bigham's does say, right? That's one of the most important things to do is to get our buy orders to the lit exchange. We should have seen GME spiking amazingly as soon as those dark pools started being reduced, and the buy order should have been going over to the lit exchange. We should have seen the end result of reduction of dark pools should have been price increase, massive price increase. But week over week for the last 4 weeks in a row, they're down in price. And I'm telling you guys, I am maintaining this over and over and over and over. Volume is key to everything that we are doing. The number one thing that it's done is it's decreased their dark pool volume, and as an end result, what it's also done is it has had a reduction on their overall volume week over week. It's dropping dramatically, and that's bad. And the reason that it's doing that is because when you transfer your shares out of your broker, your broker is no longer liable for holding collateral to the shares that you had inside there. And so now instead of having a union between you and a broker who is now liable, or not liable, but forced to have collateral against the position that you hold, that is now severed. You've severed that contract, and now they don't have to hold shares in collateral to the shares that you held through them. And so what do? They sell their positions. They sell their positions because it's no longer profitable for them to be able to use the shares that they had to loan to the hedge funds, right? They don't want to be in AMC. They really don't. None of our brokers want to be in AMC. You call them up, ask them on the phone, should I buy AMC? You know what they'll tell you? No, absolutely not. You should not buy AMC. And you know why they tell you that? Because they don't want to have to be responsible for holding collateral of AMC shares because they don't like the fundamental play of it. So, thanks. Appreciate it, Haze Monster. I'm telling you guys, this is how it's going to work. And so the very first thing that you will see when we pulled our shares into DRS is you're going to see stagnant price because the volume is going to drop, not just in dark pools, but it's going to drop across the stock as well. And the very next thing after that is going to start being whales, broker whales that are on the long call side selling their positions. And when that happens, you're going to start seeing a reduction in price. Now, I'm not talking like massive reduction in prices. What I'm talking about is something that looks very similar to share dilution, right? Because now all of a sudden the apes are forced to buy the positions that the institutions held. And we're not talking massive positions because, as an example with AMC, they only hold 138 million shares. So, even if they just sold only half of that, it would be about 70 million shares, which would be equivalent to what you saw in share dilution back in June. We saw I think it was 51.5 million shares that were diluted into the market. It's taken us about 5 months. For every 10 million shares that hit the market in AMC, it takes us about a month to get back to where we were. And so we saw 50 million shares hit the market in June, and we're finally getting back to kind of like May numbers. And it's unfortunate, but that's what's going to happen when you DRS your shares. But you don't have to believe me. We'll see what ends up happening because GME's day of reckoning is coming. I mean, they already have price stagnation. They really do. And all you have to do is pull some numbers to see it. Of course, if you just look at yesterday and today, which I have my own theories about why that's happening, but if you look at yesterday and today, you would say, no, they don't. They don't have price stagnation. They have price increasing. And I would say, yes. But if you look at their charts, let's come back out here to a 30. Let's come out back to an hour. If you look at their charts, look at where they were at back here. This is like 2 months ago. And look where they're at right now. That's price stagnation. There's no difference. There's no difference other than this one spike in price right here, right? Which actually was the same, if we go back over to the AMC and we look at the same time frame, we had that spike in the same spot. This is AMC I'm looking at right now. We had the spike in the same spot, but we also had a spike over here. Where's GME's spike over here? Look at how much smaller that is. Because they have no volume. They're losing volume massively. They're losing it just like hand over fist. They're losing volume. And it's because they don't have institutional whales backing them any longer. Because they've severed their ties to those institutional whales. And the whales do not want to be holding those positions. Anyways, let's see what continue down here. I forgot to touch on the rest of as rules stuff that's there. Let's see. It is. So, it's really important that I think people need to understand what's going on with this DRS stuff, man. I'm just telling you. If you look at the numbers and you understand what's happening and you understand the relationship between your shares and the process and the cycles that are repeating themselves, buying and holding was always the plan and it should have always remained the plan. Trying to go outside of that plan to try and induce or invoke other scenarios is going to have repercussions. And if you understand what those repercussions are, what we're what we're about to face because people are DRSing shares is likely to be periods of time where it's going to look like share dilution, and we're going to see them covering some of their positions with institutional shares that make it to the market. I don't know what ZD52LLVZOE means, but anyways, yeah, go check out that that YouTube video. It's pretty interesting. He did some good DD and dug up some good information. Yeah, it's really important to understand, and I understand, like some of the theory behind, what people want to see happen from DRSing their shares. And I would, I watched, I don't know if you guys saw Oliver, I'm not sure how to say his last name, and I'm saying Lakay, I think Lakay. Oliver Lakay did a follow-up video yesterday where he recommended everybody put in 5% of their shares into ComputerShare, and I'm sitting here going like, ooh, oh man. If you do that, institutional ownership is gonna leave. I don't know how much of a price suffering we'll take from it. There is a silver lining to this. unfortunately, it would probably take coordination to accomplish. And that silver lining is that if everybody figures out that DRSing their shares is probably the worst thing they could have ever done, all at the same time, and they all move their shares back to brokers all at the same time, then the inverse reaction would be the case. You would have brokers buying at a huge influx to compensate for collateral that they need to have in shares for all the people transferring back over. So the opposite effect would occur, where you would have a bunch of institutions going to the market and buying, and you'd see an influx in share price, right? Because it would just be a massive spike up, but it would have to be everybody moving back at the same time, and moving their shares over. I'll do a video. I did the ComputerShare buy order yesterday. If you guys didn't see it, it's kind of non-eventful because obviously I have to wait for my funds to transfer and settle before they'll make the purchase order. But I do have a single share being purchased through ComputerShare, which is supposed to go through by the 14th. So I made the order yesterday. It's supposed to go through by the 14th, and it says that it should be settled by the 18th. So basically, a week after ordering a share or placing an order, I'll have my order filled. Which that's a pretty long time. But it is what it is. I don't think ordering is going to be the issue. I think the issue that I'm going to find, that I'm going to try to prove to you, is the selling portion of that share. The selling portion of that share is going to be the part that's going to probably be the most interesting thing for you to see, and the process in which, or how long it takes for me to sell that share. And whether or not, once I do have the share, I'm going to call ComputerShare up and I'm going to say, hey, is there any way for me to sell this share during aftermarket hours? Remember how important rule number 3 is about making sure that you have a broker that has after-hour and pre-market trading hour ability. That's so important, because when it comes time to sell your shares, you're going to need that. I'm pretty sure. If history repeats itself, you're going to need that. So I don't think ComputerShare has that, but we'll find out. We will find out. I'm gonna get to the nitty-gritty stuff, and we'll get down to it. We'll figure it out. All right, guys, it's 7:20. I'm gonna go ahead and sign off here until 15 minutes before market open, and I'm expecting to see a little bit more excitement today and volume. I don't know. We'll see what happens if it drops off by 10 a.m. or not, but it's looking good. I like how it looks. It's looking pretty nice right now. So I'll see you guys back here in a little bit. Let me get some music on here. Yesterday's music, I don't know how it was, but I'm gonna try and find something different before I leave here. Give me a second. Let's see what I can find. Yeah, sometimes it takes me a hot minute to go through and figure out what it is I want to play, because a lot of times the tracks just aren't very long. I wish they had like information on how long the tracks are before I click all the way into them to see. That'd be kind of nice. Yeah, this looks good. All right, guys, I'll see you in just a little bit. That's actually some pretty decent music. I don't know if you guys are hearing it or not, but in my headphones, I can hear the keys being pressed in the music there. And man, um, being a musician, I have a keen ear to, or sensitive ear to things that I recognize or that stand out to me. And I don't know, there's something powerful about hearing the keys being pressed. I love it. Anyways, off topic. You guys are going on here about what's going on with that short share interest. It's a hot topic, hot topic. So let's take a look at some things. Let me see what you guys are writing here real quick first, though. Are they trying to scare retail investors by showing the SI change and it don't mean anything? So I keep trying to tell you guys that's estimated, right? So first off, you got to be really careful about making sure that you're not like relying on that as like an indicator. It is estimated, and there's a lot of reasons why that number could be, could fluctuate. If I go back, I guess let's just do it real quick. We'll take a look at Ortex. We've had this happen before. No rhyme or reason whatsoever to the short interest changing. So I think a good example would probably be this one right back here where, it was at 18.93 and then all of a sudden it dropped like dramatically. It dropped by, 3%? So what we were at like 21 or we were at 20. I can't remember what it was yesterday, but, we're looking at a bigger drop. Oh, actually, I can tell you right now what it was. 20.49, and it went down to 17.67. So we're looking at a 4-point drop, which is almost as big as this one back here. Or sorry, not almost. It's bigger than the one back here. But I want you to notice something, though. I'm going to kind of zoom in on this just a little bit, try and make it grow out just a tad bit. Do you guys happen to see what happened after it dropped like that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days later, we had a spike up in price. Pretty big spike up. Now look back here. Utilization, or estimated short share interest of the free float, dropped way down. 1, 2, 3, 4 days later, a big spike up in price. Here's one right here where it didn't do like a sheer drop off. It dropped some, kind of came back up and dropped some more. But from the initial drop-off point, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days out, right? And coming back to here, let's see, hit the bottom right here, and it jumped up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The big jump was 8 days later. So, what am I trying to say? I'm not going to say it. I'm just not going to say it. But I think you know it's coming. And I can kind of briefly touch on what it is that you guys have written right there. But based on what it is that I'm seeing you guys writing, you're already coming to the conclusion. You're already coming to the right conclusions. And you know what's going to happen to this number right here next. This number is probably going to drop off pretty decently coming tomorrow. That would be my guess. Let's see. I do notice that both times this iceberg lettuce, let's see, position, price went down the next day. Now they say they have covered, price going up today. Something fishy is going on. And then Duncan came in saying, difference between reported and estimated SI from September 30th. As Rule said, walk like a duck, quack like a duck, it is probably a naked duck. Duncan saying, today they adjusted their estimated SI to represent it. Crazy Peppy says, wow, that link that Casey posted. Yep. As Rule, first time they are off by quite a lot, though, and then Crazy Peppy said yes. We've been getting it wrong, guys. We really have. It's not been about dark pools. It really hasn't. I'm guilty of it. I assume that all of the positive buy orders or the bid high orders were being stuffed into, or the purchases were being stuffed into the dark pools, and I'm just not convinced of that anymore. I'm really not. And I think that link that I posted, that ACM, was it ACM Biggins? I think it is. I don't know. I'm probably getting that name really jacked up. Let's see. Yeah, AMC. I don't know why I would say ACM. ADD. ADD mixed with a little mild dyslexia. But yeah, AMC Biggins, you know, that report that he put out is pretty powerful to identify the fact that probably a lot of our synthetics are and our orders are being stuffed into these long out the money call positions. At least that's what I mean. I think that's kind of what I grasped from it. Good morning, Punksies. Good to see you here. So yeah. See the drop right here in the current short share interest, and then roughly halfway through it, the drop right there in the on loan average age per day. See the drop right here, and then the drop coincides. See the drop right here, and it coincides with the dip right here. It's even small. Drop right here, you have a dip. Drop right here, you have a dip. Guess what's coming, guys? It's less than a week away. Probably less than a week. I mean, we'll have to see how far this dips down, right? This could not be the end. It could actually dip down more tomorrow. You're looking. We'll be seeing the bang phase of this cycle happening in the next few days. I don't know when. I can't tell. I can't predict the future, but the bang phase is coming, and the bang phase is going to be this period of time. Oh man, that's just sloppy. The bang phase is going to be this period of time, probably very similar to right around here, just before the big launch. Yep. I can't possibly stress enough, guys, how important these cycles are. These cycles are super important, and the relationship that our shares have through our brokers and the lending process that occurs with the hedge funds is super important for us getting to the next levels of our price increases. Super important. And if you destroy your broker relationship, you're taking out a piece of the engine. You're artificially choking your engine by taking air, volume. And you don't want to take the volume out of your air to fuel ratio. So we'll see it coming. We'll know what happens. Anyways, it's time to play the intro for the day, guys. I'll see you on the other half.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
whichever way I go. Right, that's the way we roll. 'Cause that's all we know. Yeah, I got the beat. So let's bring the heat. That's it. Have a bump of this. Voila. There you go.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and we screw the hedgy. Let's get this on. Let's get this on. So some really cool data to look at today. You guys, you're worried about short share interest of the free float, and I get it. I totally get it. But you have to take it with a grain of salt. Just because that number drops does not mean bad things for us. It really doesn't. I'll throw it up here again. I was kind of talking about it before we kind of came into the day here. Let's refresh this. I'm just going to refresh this. So I'm going to take you to basically what Vortex is showing here. And I want you to see something important. We're going to get rid of all the noise, and we're just going to put estimated short share interest of the free float up here. And we're going to zoom in on specifically June to now. I'm going to read off to you the days that I see the bang cycles happening off my bang cycles theory. Starting with June. The bang period of time started on 5/13. So we're going to come back here and we're going to look at 5/13. Right there. That's 5/13. This point. Short share interest of the free float had dropped down quite a bit, but on 5/13 specifically, from 5/13 to 5/20, the utilization, or sorry, not the utilization, but the estimated current short share interest of the free float dropped dramatically. And what came right afterwards? A big price spike. It dropped from 19.37 down to 14.66. This is about the cycles, guys. It's all about the cycles. The forced borrowing causes failure to deliver to stack. This has to do with our relationship with our brokers. It really does. This is a massive drop right here, from 19 all the way down to 14. Right? Let's come back over here. The next cycle that I have on my screen here shows the next bang phase started 8/16. Let's go to 8/16. June, July, August 16th. Next base phase. Look at utilization on the 13th, the day before the 16th. So it was a Friday. A Monday would have been the 16th. I keep saying utilization, but I mean estimated short share interest of the free float tanks. What comes next? Price increase. Do you see the price increase there? Look at it. You can see it. You can see it. Next cycle on my list is where we're at right now. Where we're at right now. What is happening? Estimated current short share interest is dropping. Now let's put this up there. Let's put up the on-loan average age per day. Right here. Let's go back to our first date in my cycles. 5/13, right here. That's 5/13. Approximately 2 days later, the on average age per day amount starts dropping. Right after that, almost immediately, start having price hike. What was the next date? The next date is 8/16. 8/16. Right here. Now this one's a little different. The spike, the drop here on average age per day was actually much lower. 16 right here. So it was actually increasing as this happened. But the estimated current short share interest did go down, and price started hiking up after that. Let's look at on loan average right there. Okay, so the on loan average kind of went down. Let's see, did it start going down on the 16th? No, 13th. The 16th was the day after. So on loan amount started going down. The estimated short share interest started going down. So the on average loan age per day was still increasing, which means that they weren't able to cover during this period of time. And so the on average age per day continued to rise. So if we pull up failure delivers down at this period, you can still see how after this, failure delivers keep on stacking. They're getting bigger and bigger. So there was still a price increase, right? But they weren't able to cover some of their older loans or some of their older failure to delivers. So those are still stacking, and they've been stacking the entire time. And now we're in the current cycle, right? And now you just had another drop in estimated short share interest of the free float. What do you think's coming next? What do you think's coming next? We're in a cycle, guys. We are in cycles. These cycles are what causes the price to increase the way that it does. It's forced borrowing. It's forced borrowing to kick the can down the road. And the only things that helps this is share dilution. The only reason that they've been able to kick it down was share dilution back here in June. Ever since it dropped, the average age per day on the on loan average age per day drop back in June was because they had done a 51.5 million share dilution, and ever since then, once they recovered the on loan average age per day, it's been steadily driving back up. Yep, JP's got it. Price increase. Price increase coming. The next cycle is here. We're at the next cycle. The end. We're really fastly approaching the next bang phase. We're maybe a day or two away from bang. And I can't tell you how many days are going to be in the bang phase, but typically speaking, it's not that long. It's a couple days long at the most. And then you move into the blow stage, and that's where the price really starts to jack up massively. Massively. So what do we have to look forward to in price between now and then, right? If we know that's what's happening, let's get rid of a lot of this noise here again. We'll get rid of all this stuff. What do we have to look forward to? So initially back here when it first started dipping, price had, man, I can't see all that stuff. Price did jump up a little bit. It jumped up a little bit and then came back down a little, and then it really started to spike once it reached the bottom. Over here, it came down. Price started spiking once it had reached the bottom, but on the way down, the price was decreasing. So I think that we're going to see a little bit of a price decrease until we see the bottom of this number, whatever this number may be. We have to see the bottom of this. We don't know how far down this is going to go. Yeah, we have no idea what the bottom of this is going to be. Right here, on the day that it reached the bottom, was the day that it started price started spiking. It almost started going up almost immediately as soon as it started dropping, and then as it kind of neared this halfway point here, price started to decrease, and then it started going back down again and more price increase. This is covering, guys. This is what covering looks like. Be jacked. Having said that, what do I think? What do I have for price prediction? Today I have 35 to 38. I know that doesn't look very positive. I think we're going to see a down day today, but I think that's going to lead us into that bang phase. I think we'll see a down day just prior to moving into a bang period. So I have price predictions for Duncan, Eric, and myself. I'm 35 to 38. Eric's coming in at 36 to 39. And Duncan is coming in with same prediction from yesterday, 36.8 to 39.8. Adam said 34 to 37 yesterday. I'm going to stick with his numbers unless he contacts me and tells me otherwise. Jason says, I'll take what makes a run for 500, Alex. Me too. $53. I like 53, JP. JP, that sounds excellent. I think we have an exciting rest of the week ahead of us. I'm really looking forward to the rest of this week to see what happens. They're definitely going to try and push this price down as much as they possibly can. We have another little less than 15 minutes before we start checking some of the technicals, but I'm kind of looking at there being a possibility that there's going to be some massive share loaning going on today. Jason, if I don't get a hold of Adam, oh, you're putting in the same price as Adam did, so yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep Adam's number in from yesterday from 34 to 37. Volume prediction for me today. I upped it a little bit. Yesterday was 20 to 40. I nailed it. Today I'm kind of estimating 35 to 55 for volume. I upped it, 15 million. There were some signs in the pre-market that were elevated in volume compared to yesterday, and I wanted to up it just slightly. I might be risking a little bit by going that high, but I think that it's very likely that we could be in the 50 million range. So I wanted to try and get as close as possible. What is margin call, Alex? Duncan asking, what is the margin call, Alex? The margin call, in my opinion, is $90 to $95. Now, that was the opinion that I came to back in March. Since then, a lot of things have happened, and as an example, share dilution. And I don't think that share dilution should affect margin calls, because margin calls are based off of the amount of liquidity, or the amount of not liquidity. What's the word I'm looking for? Collateral? No, the amount of equity. The amount of equity that a hedge fund has. So I really can't. It's difficult for me to say. I feel like in some roundabout way that the dilution kind of messed up those numbers a little bit, even though dilution shouldn't impact a margin call. Those numbers should be set. What I do feel like it did is I think it impacted the amount of equity that the hedge funds have available to them. And I can't really quantify that because a lot's changed. So they're massive changes. I want to say that it lowered the number, but I think I'm going to stick with my 90 to 95 bucks. That's kind of the number that I feel is the right numbers that we should start seeing margin calls. And I know a lot of people were saying $70 a while back. Maybe they were saying 60, but we already hit over 70 bucks, and we didn't see margin calls. So if we're not seeing margin calls at 70, what makes you think that that all of a sudden now they're 70 now? It just doesn't make sense to me. But I do think 90 to 95, and I'll tell you why that is. And it's because I made a mistake. I stumbled onto the realization that, and Jason knows a little bit about what it is and why I made a prediction on when this was going to be over, when the MOASS was going to happen. I made a prediction that when we hit 20 bucks, that we would end up seeing this thing just skyrocket and take off, and we did. But then there was share dilution in June, and it it really impacted us negatively. It stunted our growth massively. So here's the problem. GME, the defining point in my mind was $20. The difference between GME and AMC is volume, right? That's the big difference between us and them. So if you look at the ratios of volume that we're supposed to have compared to what they were supposed to have at the time that they had their squeeze, you're looking at maybe like a 4-to-1 ratio. So if you multiplied out, if $20 was kind of that defining point of a start of a squeeze, or margin calls were happening at that point, then you would look at AMC and you would say, okay, well then margin calls for AMC should be a 4-to-1 ratio as well, because of the volume size, and so 4 times 20, obviously, 80, but it wasn't exactly 4-to-1. It was like 4.65, which is why I said $90. So $90 to $95 is kind of like the range that I came up with, but that was from March, and volumes changed since then, right? Due to share dilution, and so it's maybe impacted it just slightly. I don't know if it's positive or negative in which direction it's going to be, but it could be slight because it's only been. Let me just check the numbers real quick here. It's only been in the amount of, since I did my previous estimations. Let's see. $150 million roughly in shares, which is quite a bit. It's like a quarter of our free float from what it used to be. So I honestly don't know. I don't know what that increases the number to. It seems to me like it might increase it, although, just because, it's obvious that we're not squeezing at $20. So it's got to be an increase the more volume you have. So if you add an additional quarter to it, are we looking at like a 5-to-1 ratio now? If that's the case, then you're looking at closer to like 100 to maybe $110 for a squeeze. So I think volume plays a role. Jason's asking, do you predict any tricks like the Robinhood margin call going from 3 billion to 700 million in the past? They're going to do everything that they possibly can to prevent this thing from exploding into the numbers that we want to see, and we're going to have to take it blow by blow. I have no idea what's in their bag of tricks, but I do expect them to throw some tricks at us. Absolutely. The DTC. So if you watch that link, earlier this morning I posted up a link, and it's a really good watch. AMC Biggins posted this. I'm not sure when this DD came out, but I watched most of it this morning. Not all of it, but most of it. The DTC is complicit in trying to prevent MOASS. Why? Why are they complicit in it? It benefits the entire market to not see us MOASS. It really does, right? Because the more money that they have to pull out of the rest of the market in order to cover, the more the rest of the market's going to crash. So while we would probably look at it as being negative, they're looking at it from the perspective of how do we save our economy, how do we save our market, how do we save all these other businesses from being impacted by these hedge funds screwing everything up. And that's the answer. The answer is we have to figure out some way to try and prevent the MOASS from getting out of control, because Otherwise, we're going to have to liquidate more money out of all the positions that the hedge funds have, and that means all the rest of the market's going to crash, right? That's their job. Their job is to make sure that the market turns over, that the engine continues to run, and that we continue to move towards progression, not recession. That's their job. So, are they doing their job? Absolutely, 100% they are. You can be mad at it if you want to, but that's what their job is to do. They're supposed to try and make sure that we don't have a market failure. So, be mad if you want to, but in all reality, they're doing their job. Much like hedge funds, we get mad at hedge funds for creating liquidity by creating naked shorts. They're doing their job. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They've been told what it is that they, as market maker, they've been told what their role is, and they're doing their job, and they're making money doing it. And I didn't think I'd ever say this. I really didn't. But you have to realize that in a market situation that there's a yin and yang for everything, right? There always has to be a position against a position. Otherwise, you don't have a market. You just don't. So they have a role to fill, and they're fulfilling it. Yes. Now, see, that's Jason just said. It depends on how ethically they do their job, and that's the thing, right? I mean, that's completely the thing. That's what we're upset about. We're upset about the fact that it's not being done what we feel is ethically. But then we can get in this huge philosophical debate about whether or not ethics should coexist if it means the market can continue on. Ultimately, the big dogs always want their big cut of the money, right? They always do. So, in a fair system, we would be winners. We'd have been winners a long time ago in a fair system. But one of the things that my mom always used to tell me, and I used to hate it with a passion, is whoever told you life was fair lied to you. Because life just isn't fair. It's not. So they cheat. They cheat. They do whatever it is that they possibly can. They write bad business models into their business. They try to work the books in ways that allow them to operate and make money. It doesn't matter where you go. I've been in some of the upper echelons of some companies, not really high, but I mean, management level positions of at least 2 companies, and it's dirty. It's dirty. It doesn't matter where you go. I'm convinced that it's dirty everywhere. Everybody's always trying to cut corners. Everybody's always trying to cut costs. Everybody's always it doesn't matter that it doesn't matter how far you throw the stone. It doesn't have to go very far to find some kind of something corrupt in a company. It just doesn't. But I'm not here to be negative. It is what it is, and we're here to try and fix that. Does the division? So Jason's asking, does the division of some hedge funds going long against the shorts exist? Does the division of some hedge funds going long against the shorts exist? Yes, I think so. I think that there's hedge funds that have gone long on this, and I think we could probably find proof of it too. I mean, yeah, I'm just gonna say yes. I'm gonna say yes to that. I don't know. I mean, I think it may exist in AMC, but I'm not 100% certain. We would have to do some digging. Zach, I had watched Lou. I can't remember dates. I'm really bad with remember exact dates, but there was a day where Lou came onto the channel and he started saying like AMC's done, not done, but he was saying that AMC was a done deal. You know, hold your shares, but let's, you know, we're gonna move on to some other things, right? And I was like, I'm solely AMC. I don't really care about all the other stuff. I don't have. I sunk everything into AMC, and I wasn't moving my position, and I wasn't looking to take any additional revenue that I had that I was going to be putting into AMC elsewhere to try and make more money. So I didn't really see eye to eye with him on that, and so I stopped watching. But what really pissed me off was is like maybe like I don't know, I want to say like maybe a month later, I decided to give him a chance again and see what he was kind of talking about, and I went back on there, and I kid you not, like within 5 minutes of watching his stream, he says something like, "We need to have a talk. This thing about us calling each other apes is stupid," you know. And I was like sitting there going like, "Dude, you're stupid." And I immediately unsubscribed and disliked the video, and I've never gone back. I was like, "Fuck you, man! I'm an ape, and there's no taking that away from me." And screw you, asshole. And I'm not saying that he's, you know, I'm not saying that I'm not saying don't watch Lou. You know, he's fun to watch, and I can understand why people watch him. He's like watching a circus train wreck in slow motion. You know. This is like clowns just like flying out of the train wreck going, "Ah," and you know they're juggling in midair or something as they're falling out of the train. It's just like I mean it's a fun train wreck to watch, but you know um, the whole thing about you know we're not apes and let's stop calling each other apes. I was like, nah, man, nope, not gonna happen with me. We're apes to the end. There needs to be a new definition for retail investors, and I'm not giving that up. Not at all. Zach saying, and welcome to the channel, Zach. I feel like I've seen you on here before, but I can't recall. Why does everyone bring the same topic about Lou? Haha, all he was saying was to be in other plays, not just AMC to make money. Yeah, and I get that. I totally get that. And that's why I didn't unsubscribe at the time. I really didn't. I didn't unsubscribe. I was kind of like, I just didn't agree. And so I just kind of moved on to other stuff. And I kind of felt like I needed more. Um, I was looking for what I ended up doing, right? Like the only reason I did this show in the first place was because I was looking for what, you know, he was like one of the guys out there like posting like videos like several times throughout the day, and I was just like I like that, but I wanted somebody who was like constantly on and could provide Ortex data. Oh yeah, I have it up there. Okay. And so, you know, I was like I don't know, I just felt like I was missing something, and so I just kind of stopped watching him for a little while because I was a little upset about that. But you know, it wasn't like I was going to unsubscribe, but it was that ape thing that really pissed me off. Yes, you are wrong, Zach. 100% you are wrong. We are not calling ourselves apes because you know it's a racist word towards black Africans. If you don't know what an ape is, it has nothing to do with black Africans. That's the most ridiculous. I'm sorry, man, but that's ridiculous. That's not why we're calling ourselves apes. It has nothing to do with that. If you want to make it a racist thing, you can, but that's not what this is about. It really just isn't. Eh, I thought he was kind of fun. He does not ask for money, super chats, or sell Tupperware like other YouTubers. I know. I mean, there's definitely. I'm not gonna deny the fact that there's not something fun to watch about him. There really, you know, he is a fun to listen to and fun to watch, and you know, the stories are cool. Um, and I like the fact that you know somebody who doesn't sell you on stuff. That's something you're going to see on my channel too. I'm not going to sell you on anything. It's just not. I'm going to make shit tons of money on this stock, guys. I don't need to sell you on anything. I just don't. I'm going to make money, and I'm going to make money because I feel like I have things to offer you guys that's going to help you and me into holding longer. And if I'm successful in doing that, then I make more money because I'm helping you. So, but yeah, you know, I'm an ape. I will always be an ape, and There's no getting around that. I'm dumb money. I'm dumb money. That's all I am. You know, they see us. You know, institutional America. Maybe that's the wrong term for it, but corporate America or the stock market America, whatever you want to call them, they see us as dumb money. And if you want to talk about something that's dumb, apes aren't the brightest thing in the world. They're just not. It's probably the most devolved form of, like, if you believe in evolution, it's the most devolved form of. I don't personally believe in evolution, but that's who cares. They would be the most evolved form of humanity. Would be an ape, and that's what we're trying to say is like, if they want to see us as a low IQ class of people who are coming in and trying to make money, then that's who we're gonna be, and we're gonna sling plu and eat bananas, and we're gonna have fun doing it. Yeah, Zach, I know where you're going with this, bud. I know you're going with this. You can be angry if you want to about it. They might be making lots of money, and I'm sure I have an opinion on it. But does it help? Does it help our community to be angry about it? I don't think it does. Right? Like, where does it get us to talk about the fact that they're trying to make some bucks? I mean, it's probably pretty. I don't know. It's if you want to fall into that trap of being angry at people who are trying to make money on YouTube, there's tons of them out there, man. Every single like I watch channel after channel. My wife does. She loves watching makeup stuff on YouTube all the time, and the bigger they get, the more often they start, trying to hit people up for merch or this, that, and the other. And it's just kind of like the I don't even want to say it, but Bailey Sarian is one of the people that we watch together because we loved her Murder Mystery Mondays. And we would sit down, we would watch that stuff together all the time, me and my wife. And I know so much more about makeup now than I've ever known in my entire life because of that. But there came a point to where Bailey kind of got into the situation to where she became more about marketing herself than she did about the feelings of telling these Murder Mystery Monday stories. And I got turned off after a while. And so I get that. I understand where you're coming from about how you feel about how people are trying to make money off the situation. But you're not going to grow as a person if you sit there and you dwell on those kind of things. You're just not. Move on. If you don't like it, move on to something else. As Rules says, I stopped watching Lou when he started saying that he has this one play that he wanted to let everyone know about. I unsubscribed immediately. Don't want to have anything to do with market collusion. Yeah, see, I mean, I didn't unsubscribe when he said it. That was the same thing I did too, but I didn't unsubscribe when he said it. But I did go back later, and it was the ape thing that really got to me, though. I was just kind of like, man, no, no. And he didn't say it. Here's the thing, Zach. I can tell you for a fact he didn't sit there and say we shouldn't call each other apes because it's racist. That's not why Lou was saying that at all, because for a fact Lou says some of the most racist crap you've ever heard in your whole life, and it's like, oh man, I can't believe Lou just said that, right? So that's not why he was saying it. There was no intentions of him saying we shouldn't be calling ourselves that for that reason. I can't tell you what the reasoning was behind the fact that he didn't want to be called an ape any longer, or he didn't want us to be referred to as apes, but it had nothing to do with him trying to hold the high ground, that's for sure. I'm just saying, Lou in the high ground, yeah. And honestly, that's part of the reason why a lot of people like watching him. He says stuff right off the top of his head, and there's no filter. Sometimes that's like me. Sometimes I say stuff and I end up regretting, and I'm like, I shouldn't have said that. Delusion, famous equals viewers. Advertisers want you equals get paid by brands for advertising. It's normal once you have a huge base of people watching. Twitter, TikTok, all the same. Time equals money. It does. It really does. And you know, I had this Jason Grimm. If he's listening right now, he'll tell you straight up. I had a talk with him about this last night, and I said, "Don't let me ever get there." You know, if you ever see me doing something like that, stop me. Stop me in my tracks and say, "Wait a minute, remember when we had this talk?" Cuz I don't want to get there. We're all going to be rich. Like super like I'm talking like what's the word I used? Generational wealth. We're going to have generational wealth. And if you understand what generational wealth is, trying to make some cash on the side while you're doing a YouTube channel is pennies. It's just it's shiny little things on the side of the road that really don't matter. Monty coming in saying October the 12th. Let's see what happens today. Delusion, just bring Gary out and put the picture of yourself beside him. Problem solved. Good old Gary Gensler. We got a little bit of a wedge formation happening right now on the stock. Gosh, guys, you got me monologuing past 9 o'clock. I guess monologuing is we need to check out the technicals. Let's check out the technicals. We got to get to this. It's important, right? We got to have this stuff. And I'm blinding the crap out of you guys, and I apologize. Let me fix this real quick here. I'm going to take you back to the other page real quickly. I just want to log into Fidelity so that I get that screen gone. See, here's the thing. I disagree with a lot of things that a lot of people may agree with in our group of APUD, right? In our APUD, I don't agree with everything that everybody is saying or doing. I probably have a lot of unpopular opinions, but that doesn't mean that I can't enjoy being with people who have a like mind about what it is that we want to accomplish, right? Even though you may not agree with me, and we have different ideas on where this is going to go, or how it's going to end up, or how we're going to get there, that doesn't matter. You know, we can't fight about those stupid things. We just can't. We can't afford it, because it means the difference between making buttloads of money and not making buttloads of money. Actually, I meant generational wealth, because buttloads is underneath you have buttloads, and then you have generational wealth, and we're not going to make buttloads. We're going to make generational wealth. So I said the wrong word. All right, let's take a look at some of the data here. I'm going to go through and refresh some of these screens. Not everything's refreshed yet, guys. Give me a second. I'm still working on it. This is our first look this morning of everything, so I will pull everything back over and we'll take a look at it exactly as it stands from the base and work our way through, which means additional screens. And we'll start from the very top. The very top, which means, hey, guess what? I got a point yesterday in price prediction. Woohoo! That never happens. Oh, I keep forgetting to go get that button. I'm going to go get it on my break. Remind me, guys, before I go on break to go get the that was easy button. I got to go see if I can find it in my son's room. Dark pool. Okay, so let's start from the very top. Eric, myself, and Duncan all got points yesterday for price prediction. Our volume did hit my volume prediction, which was 20 to 40 million shares traded for the day yesterday. And what did we hit? We hit 37.2. So it was at the high end. It was definitely at the high end. And today I have a volume prediction a little bit higher, 35 to 55. I'm thinking we're going to see a little bit more volume today. So traded into the dark pool so far, 55.75%. That's going to, on Stocker Tracker, that's going to kind of equate to about 60%. There is a difference. I don't know why. I can't tell you. I don't know. Borrowed change amount, so far they have borrowed, Ortex is saying that they've borrowed approximately just under 50K in shares. Remember, the higher that number goes, like if it gets above 3 million, either in the positive or negative range, we see a really good, usually increase in price. So just keep that in mind. It's not like, I'm just throwing it out there. 49.8K. I'm writing down the numbers here. So estimated current short share interest of the free float has dropped from our 20.4% yesterday down to 17.67% today. We'll take a look at that. Notice that the cost of borrow is still up there. And I want you to understand that, just because the estimated current short share interest of the free float dropped doesn't mean that it's still not hard to get shares. It's still hard for them to get shares. The utilization is still up there, so there's nothing really to be worried about that. Why is one of my screens all jacked up here? Where is that screen at? Sorry, I just noticed that Fintel over on the top right-hand side is not right. Something's wrong with it. Let me fix it real quick here. Where did that screen go? Technical difficulties. Give me a second. Oh, that's why. I pulled up a bunch of junk over here. Okay. When I was looking up the iceberg stuff earlier this morning, I added a bunch of tabs. So it's showing all the tabs. Let me, geez. NASDAQ. There we go. There we go. That should look better. So moving back up over the top hand side over there, it's showing 138.66 million shares. It's the second to last one. It says institutional shares long. So I'm going to start watching this really, really carefully. And the reason I'm saying this is because one of my worries is that if people are DRSing their shares, we might start seeing institutional ownership dropping. This is not live reporting. I know it's not live. But if we do start seeing dramatic decreases in institutional ownership, we need to be very, very worried about what the future looks like for our price. Keep that in mind. So I'm tracking it, and I'm actually going to start tracking GMEs as well. I think we need to know what's happening over there because they've been doing DRS for a lot longer, and we're going to see what's going to end up happening to them first. Okay. As far as options go for today, our highest level of volume for calls is at a $40 strike price, which is what it was yesterday. Noting that max pain is 39 for the day today, there is 3.7 thousand volume in contracts today. On the put side, the highest level is super, super low. Not in price, strike price, but volume. The strike price is 35. Yesterday it was 34. So it's a buck higher. Putting our spread at a $37.50 spread between the two. But the total amount of contracts is 1.1 thousand contracts in volume so far today. There's getting really close to a 4-to-1 ratio on calls versus puts. Very, very close ratio. Getting close to that ratio, I mean. Okay, so you guys, for anybody who's just now joining, you're seeing that 17.67% estimated current short share interest of the free float. Scary? Yeah? No. Not scary. Here's why. Do you see this drop right here? Price increase. Drop right here. Price increase. Drop right here. Price increase. Almost every single time. Now there's this one right here. I mean, there was a drop in that value, not quite as big, but there was a price increase right here. Right? Look how big this drop is. This is a single day drop. Single day. Oh yeah, I forgot this one back here. Drop, price increase. Do not be scared by this. I know that seeing a higher estimated current short share interest of the free float seems better, but seeing it drop rapidly in a single day can be a good sign, not a bad sign. Okay. Keeping that in mind. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently off the top 10 list, meaning we're seeing lower volume than other companies. Let's see how far down the list we fell here. 11th. Coming in at 11th with a 54% to 46% buy over sell ratio. GME was 16th this morning, I think, and they're now down to 29th with a 73% buy ratio to 27% sell ratio. They're losing volume, guys. I think it's dangerous. We'll see, though. We shall see. Let's see how many shares they've borrowed. So far today, I've witnessed them borrowing and I say them, I mean hedge funds. My mom always says, "Who's them?" And I'm like, "Oh, don't you know? Them is always hedge funds." Them is the hedge funds. Hedge funds have borrowed 2.5 million shares that we've witnessed so far for the morning today. Since then, it appears that they have borrowed. That's 200 there. That's 100 there. 300 more thousand. They are up to 2.8. 2.8 million shares borrowed for the day today. That's not real high. Real high borrowing would be like 7 to 9 million for the day. Just keeping that in mind. In the money, 21.1 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 140,000 contracts out of the money on the puts. Go watch AMC Bigham's video that I linked earlier in the morning today, and this might make a little bit of sense right here. This 258,000 contracts out of the money on the call side. Go watch it. You know, I'm not gonna steal his. I'm not gonna steal his DD. I'm not even gonna tell you what it is. But if you want to understand why decreasing the dark pools is not the way to go watch that. You need to go see it because he really talks about what's happening, and he found great information for it. Just kind of reiterating, 61.6% traded yesterday on dark pools. We did have a short exempt volume increase ever so slightly day over day, and short percentage was also up day over day. So, how's our market looking? Is it trash? I was expecting trash, just based off of how China kind of turned out yesterday. Looks like it's not bad right now, but I have a feeling it's going to start heading more towards the decline side. Advancers is 3,638 advancers to 2,800 decliners. The NASDAQ is down 0.08%, the Dow Jones 0.19%, and the S&P 500 0.12%, all down. Robinhood is down 2.46%. Amazon, since I feel like I've seen some new names on the show today, I just kind of want to cover why I have what I have up here. SPY is just a watch SPY, right? Hood, I just like seeing it burn. Just saying, I just like seeing Robinhood burn, and it's down 2.33% for the day today. Amazon is the heartbeat of America as far as retail goes. You want to know how retail is working, or if it's working in the United States, and you want to see if our economy is doing good or bad, you watch Amazon, and they are currently up 0.19%. Cinemark is our competitor. If we want to know how the movie industry is working, and I do think that they are a shorted stock, but you know, maybe not as heavily shorted as AMC. Maybe. Definitely not as shorted as AMC. But, you know, I watch Cinemark because I want to see how our competitor is doing. 2.01% down for the day today. Dogecoin, the blue collar cryptocurrency of America. It is down 0.32%. Yeah. I don't really have anything to say other than that. GME, The OG, right? You got to watch the OG. They are up 0.08% for the day today. AMC is down 0.58%. Our inflow versus outflow, 51 to 49. We have a 2-point spread, which is the 0.5% down that we are for the day today. Let's look at our current volume. Current volume coming in at 7.67 million shares divided by it's almost an hour, so 54 minutes times 390. We're on pace for a 55 million share trade day today. I'm really not feeling good about my prediction now. I think today's going to be a really low volume day today. Super low volume. Because that number is going to decrease throughout the day more than likely. Although we could have something that occurred, what was it, a day or two ago? Let me see. Not yesterday. I want to say it might have been Friday. No, maybe it was yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. Normally we see volume kind of tanking around 10 a.m. and it actually increased during that period of time, and really didn't start trending down till probably right around like 10:45, which was a little late. But then there were spikes across the day, and then just continued to go down, 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 and then we had this spike back up, which happens normally around like 2 o'clock my time, 2 o'clock my time. I should say. No, I'm sorry. 1 o'clock my time, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and it happened yesterday around like 2:30 Eastern. On a 1 hour interval. Yikes. 1 hour interval. We did cross over, it looks like, earlier this morning into the selling off region. And it looks like definitely more selling pressure than buying pressure. RSI is getting really low, 42.38. It's definitely below average. On a 30-minute interval, it crossed over about 30 minutes ago. RSI again low at 39.26. This is going to be the dip in price that I think we're going to see before we bump up. It's very common to see it just before the big spike up. On a 5-minute interval, it's about even buying and selling pressure with an RSI at 39.57. So I'd say there's still room for price to move down across the board, which is what kind of looks like is happening. Earlier when I said I saw a wedge, I was going to draw something like this out. But it took me so long to get here. And it broke out probably a little earlier than I would have anticipated. But I feel like we're still... Prices decreasing, volumes decreasing. I still feel like we're in a bit of a wedge. Let me just check something out here. Yeah, this is, we might just see like an entire, like, that's not a wedge. Where is this going? I think I'm going to have to pull out for this one. When in doubt, what do? You pull out. Let's go out to the 5-minute here and see where we're headed. I'm going to get rid of the extended hours. And, oh yeah, I forgot about this nice little wedge pattern that I created on, I think I created this on the 30-minute. If this is what the path that we're on right here, right? I'm going to draw a box over here. I don't like where that's at. Maybe here. Now I'm going to add in the extended hours, and let's see how far out that is. Oh, that just looked like junk. Why isn't that working? I guess you can't add extended hours back in and have it look the same. Well, this says 1013. I think we come down and test 3536. It's a guesstimate. Sorry, I'm just looking here. Trying to get an idea. I'm trying to get a feel for what's going on here on a bigger picture. I'll delete these real quick. I'm not saying that we're dropping down to 3536 today, but I think we might try to work our way down to 3536, test off of it, and then break out really hard going up. And if you want to look at a Wyckoff, the Wyckoff theory, I don't know if you guys know what that is. Highly suggest looking into it. I'm going to get rid of a lot of this noise right here, and I'm going to show you something real quick here. Where do I have it open at? I got so many tabs open, it's not even funny. Let me minimize this. Come on. There we go. So I feel like the part that we're in right here, where you see the price going down, and think that this is, you have to realize that this is going back to 913. So basically a month ago. If you look at this chart right here for this Wyckoff theory, and my gosh, come on, there you go. If you look at this, what I think we have happening right here is this peak portion that we have right here at 52.79 is probably this point right here. So it hit a level of resistance at 52.79, and it kind of worked its way down. I think this is probably your spring point. You sprang off of 33.74, and what we're going to do is we're going to test the bottom side, that 35. What did I say? 35.64, something like that. I think we're going to be testing that level here in the next day or two, which it's in here, and then we're going to see a little bit of price movement kind of heading upwards. And I think this period that could be coming up here might be this phase D that we're coming into. I don't know if you, maybe you guys are proud of me for using what it is you've shown me. I feel like I got a wrinkle. I feel like I got a wrinkle or two out of some of the stuff you guys pointed me in the right direction. This is a learning channel, right? Like, I'm learning just as much as you are. Maybe you're learning something, but then maybe you have something to teach me, and I'm definitely getting that. So I appreciate what you guys have to offer. Keep bringing it. Let's see if they're talking about it on Reddit. I'm sure the short share interest is it's got to be a hot topic. This guy's getting an award from me. I gotta put this up here. This is posted by Stock Wizard on Reddit. Meanwhile, at Iceberg is the title of this. I love this. Meanwhile, at Iceberg headquarters. Oh man, you're killing me, Smalls. I don't know who that is, but congratulations, you made me laugh. I'm they get the all-seeing eye for that one. That's hilarious. I mean, there's something humor, right? Like in a psychological warfare, humor is so important. There was a period of time where I think AMC stock had like either banned or outlawed memes. I'm so glad that they let them come back. I'm so glad because, it's you got to have some laughter. If you don't have some laughter, what's the point? This being posted by Financial Finger. I actually Financial Finger 7 on Reddit. I actually saw this earlier on Twitter as well today. I think it was today or last night. I can't remember which, but the Bloomberg Terminal AMC S3 squeeze score is 100. I believe that's out of a score of 100. This is posted by Alaskan Bullworm 9. They posted it. It looks like a Twitter post just in. Inflation wholesale prices in Germany jumped 13.2% year over year, highest since the oil crisis in 1974. Yikes. I'm curious what Duncan thinks about that one. Hmm. So JD Ruckus on Reddit Him and I, you know, it was really funny. Him and I got into it one time. I mean, like, really got into it. A whole bunch of name calling going on. Like, we really butted heads. And, but let me tell you what, we've made up. We've made up since then. And I love this, you know, I love seeing some of the stuff that he posts on here. But he considers himself the Ortex guy on Reddit, and he posts charts up there for people to see. And I can't. I mean, I love this guy now. It's so funny how you can have a fight with somebody, and the next thing you know, you turn into best buddies ever. I mean, we're not really best buddies, but I really enjoy his DD now, and you know, there was simple disagreements, and I think that's kind of where I took the stance on, like, there's no reason to have disagreements with fellow apes and dwell on those kind of things, because we don't have to agree to still have a common goal. Um, but anyways, he posted Ortex guy here with your 10-12 opening bell Ortex update. As suspected, Citadel has been timing small hedgy exits, so their legit covering is masked by more naked shorting. Remember, all the MOASS debt is in the naked. Current mood, it looks like he drew like massive boobs over and over and over, like multiple boobs. He says, "Hedgy, we knew your plan before you did." And I'll just put it over here because I want to show you what it is that he's looking at. Come on, pop up. And he's posting the same thing that I'm showing you guys. The same exact thing. You know, he's trying to point it out that your short share interest of the free float is dropping, and your on loan average age per day is still increasing. And I already showed you what's going to come next. You know what's next. This on loan average age per day is going to drop massively, and we're going to see a massive increase in price after that. I agree with him 100% fully, and he knows it. He's seen it too. I have to say, like, that's my favorite story with anybody that I've had a negative experience with in regards to AMC, is the fact that, like, we adamantly both disagreed on a subject matter, and yet, like, now I respect his positions on what he sees when he's seeing things the way that he's seeing them. So this is what I'm seeing a little bit of right now, guys. We could have a breakout going down here. This doesn't really look good though. I can't really draw the top end of this, because if I draw it right here, I don't think that's accurate. There's going to be a new high here in just a second. It's probably going to be up somewhere around like here. We'll end up having like a more complete idea on where this is going, but this is going to be, more than likely, this is going to end up being a bearish triangle. We've tested this 3684 almost, well, multiple times. My guess is that this is going to come up here somewhere. I'm not sure where it's going to get to, but then it'll bounce off of wherever it goes to and kind of trend back down until finally it breaks out somewhere down the road, going down. But you guys should be pumped. You guys should be pumped about what's coming. We're literally talking about just a few days away. It could be Thursday, it could be Friday. Hard to say. Friday seems to me like it would be more logical, just because we typically see a continuation of green price if we close on a Friday green. It leads to usually a green Monday. So if we were going to see a rip that really kind of extended far, Friday would make the most sense, because then the continuation would go through to Monday. However, Thursdays sometimes are a bit of a green push day for us, I think, if I remember correctly. You guys might have to correct me if I'm wrong on that one. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I think I always forget which day is the green day. I think it's Tuesdays and Thursdays. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. I feel like I'm confusing days. Is it Wednesdays that's our big down days? I can't remember. Shoot, I can't remember. I wish there was a way to like just look at like specific days. You know, did you know, interesting fact, guys, did you know that on Mondays normally, Fridays normally down? So I don't know if you guys know this or not, but on TradingView, when you're looking at their data on there, you can set up moon cycles. So there's enough theoretical evidence out there to suggest that moon cycles actually have or play a part or role in the patterns of the stock market. Interesting side fact to that is that I have an aunt who's a nurse who's also an ape, oddly enough. But she's a nurse, and one of the things that she has attested to in the past was that moon cycles definitely correspond to the amount of people who show up in the ER. So yeah, just kind of some interesting parallels with moon cycles. If you want to get all mystical and mystified, if you're into that kind of stuff, I don't know. I'm really not into that, but whatever. I think it's cool. I don't know if I lend a whole lot of credit to it, but I think it's kind of cool. Interesting facts. Speaking of interesting facts, how many of y'all think your blood's red? Out of curiosity. And how many of you all think your blood is blue? Lycanthropes. Let me look that word up. I think I know. I don't know what that is. Oh, werewolves? Okay. I mean, you know, so get this. You want to hear? Okay, so I guess this must be interesting fact day today. Maybe I said this blue. Crazy Pepe, interesting answer. I, for many, many years, was telling my kids that your blood is blue. Uh, you might want to go fact check that. It's really, really interesting. So, the answer that you're gonna get may throw you off a little bit. I don't know if you're a diver. I'm a diver. I'm a certified diver. If you go deep enough in the water and you cut yourself, you bleed blue. And you know, there's I want to say there's an urban myth that the only reason that your blood turns red is because oxygen is hitting the you're getting oxygenated air hitting your red T blood cells and turning them from blue to red, which kind of sounds stupid, but essentially it's the oxygen that causes. Because if you look at the veins on your wrist or whatever, you know they're blue, right? And so the theory is that when you cut yourself and the blood comes out, it's hitting oxygen. Now the thought process to back that up is that for example, if you go diving and you cut yourself, since the water is less oxygenated, that the blood will come out blue because there's not very much oxygen in the water to make it red. However, it's actually light. Light is the answer. Because there's less light at the deeper levels of the ocean, is the reason that you see the pigmentation of the blood is blue. Because light is being deflected by your skin, it causes your veins to look blue. But what happens when you stick your finger up to an intense light and you can see through your finger? What color is it? It's red. Blood's red. For many, many, many years, I was telling my kids that blood was blue. And I lied to them. And I had no idea. Interesting facts. Look it up on Reddit, you'll see. It must be true because it's on Reddit, right? I think maybe we can draw. I don't know. I'm going to draw the top of this right here. It might actually break out of the top of this. I'm making an assumption here that this is the top. We'd have to actually kind of see it continue on for a little ways before I could actually determine for sure. But we'll call that the top. And where did all my Fibonacci retracements go? What in the world? Did I delete them? I have none. I have no Fibonacci retracements for this time frame, or this price range, I mean. Let's fix this. This requires fixing. If I can. Weeble. They've been jacking around with some of their software, and it's really kind of bothering me. All right. Let's get a couple Fibonacci retracements in here that look decent, just so we can kind of get like a better idea about where it is we're going to go in price. Let's take this one right here. That's good. And I like having two at least. That 35.54 is that line that I think we're going to bounce off of. I think we're going to bounce off of it tomorrow and break out really hard going up. So I think I want something kind of in that 35.54 range. Maybe this. I feel like that's what I already have though. See how this looks before I use it. Yeah, it's almost dang near the same thing. Let's go with this one. All right, I'm just going to go with one today. I'm not satisfied. I can't get no. All right, so there's the bounce off the top. Here we are coming in our box, moving down pretty hard. This is probably going to be the breakout of the triangle, the bearish triangle, and we'll probably come down and test something like 36.69. Nice. Yeah, I was embarrassed that I told my kids for years that their blood was blue. And then I had to go back on what I was saying to them. That was disappointing. Nothing like sitting there at family dinner and trying to tell your kids for years that your blood's blue and then finding out that you're wrong. So this is a level of resistance because we're underneath it at 37.04 right now. It might even be just $37. But I feel like we've broken past that point, and so it's going to become a level of resistance now. So we might see, it kind of tend to get stopped here from being able to move back up above that, and so it's just going to work its way down this this triangle. Yeah, so I want to tell you guys a little story. So before I started this channel, this live stream, I had what I would probably consider to be some very unpopular ape theories or viewpoints. I guess viewpoints is probably the better way to put it. Um, and I decided that when I started the live stream that it would be better if I just shut up about them and not say anything, because while they may be viewpoints, they're not constructive to our overall goal or getting to where it is that we need to go. So I don't talk about them. I just don't talk about them because it doesn't help our community to sit there and have non-constructive talking. So I want you guys to know that oftentimes when you come in with frustrations about this, that, and the other, that I probably feel them too. But it doesn't mean that we need to dwell on those kind of things. It really just doesn't help us as a community, because we need to be. Emotions should not be involved in what it is that we're doing, but they are. and we need to try and keep ourselves positively motivated through this, because we're being tested severely, and there's no sense in trying to beat ourselves up and go down these dark alleys of thought processes that aren't really constructive. And so tell me, how was your relationship with your mother? This is welcome to Psychology 101. This is AMC and ADD, where we have a bunch of psychology. No, but seriously, it's just better to be a little more positive. I think that's what I really loved about Trey, was his positivity. He inspired me to want to be better, you know? And that's all I got to say about that. I obviously filled up my water too high today. Yep, just spilled water all over my beard. You know what I hate the most about these beards? They're like food catchers. And there's nothing more gross than having an attached food catcher to your face. I hate that. You guys do you like no delusion. Nobody has brought that up. I don't I not in that context, no. But I don't think that if they covered like they say that they covered, then you wouldn't be seeing what I think that is you're gonna see. Yeah, see, like I said, this may not have been the top here. So I'll pull it back over so you can see this delusion. Maybe you didn't catch it. I've shown it a couple times. It's 10 o'clock anyways, so I'll pull it up real quick, and then we'll go into the technical analysis. But I want you to see here that there is a direct relationship to two different aspects of the. Come on, vortex is frozen. There we go. I want you to see two different things. So first thing I'm just going to put up is estimated short share interest of the free float. And what I want you to see is that there was a massive drop back in just before the run up in June. There was another drop right after that, but it probably wasn't as much related to the increase in price rate here as much as it was because of the fact that there were more shares that were, on these two dates, on June 1st and June 2nd, there was 51.5 million shares dilution added to the market. So that's really what this drop was about. It did result in a price increase, but that's not what this one was all about. Then you have another drop right here in this, and then you see it at the very bottom. When it gets to the bottom, you have another price hike. You see it drop again right here. It drops once and then twice, and at the very bottom, price hike. Here you have a price hike, but you don't, there is a bit of a drop, but not too much of one. But then now you have where we're currently at, and you have a pretty large drop here, and I think if you start looking on average age per day loans, you'll see that those start dropping very shortly thereafter. You'll see little tiny drops in this on some of them. Some of them you'll see a little bit bigger drops. They kind of coincide. And so I think what you're going to see is you're going to see a drop here in both the estimated short share interest of the free float, but you're also going to see the on loan average age per day dropping here pretty soon, if not tomorrow. So let's take a look at our technical analysis on some of the data, the data that we have going right now, and see where we stand currently. I'll take you back over to this page here and start updating some of my pages. I feel like I say that every single time. It's actually a great cue for me when I go to put together like the timestamps at the end of the day. But I feel retarded saying it every single time. No. I know I'm not supposed to say the R word. Forgive me for that. I come from the 80s. We used to say the R word all the time. I don't mean it offensively, I promise. It's really difficult when you come from a certain era to change your style, your method of talking. A certain style, a certain era. All right, got everything updated. Looks like our current dark pool data is back up to 57.7 or 37, which is going to put us at about 62% dark pools for Stocko Tracker. Borrowed change is up to 275.5K. That is up from 49.8K an hour ago. Actually, it was less than an hour ago. I think I kind of started a little bit later, maybe like in the last 40 minutes. So that's going to increase our estimated current short share interest of the free float to 17.71%. And our highest level volume for call options is currently at a $40 strike price. It went up from 3.7 in the last 40 minutes to 5.4. And our highest level of put options, gosh, that is so low. Wow, guys. Okay, so we really have huge signs happening right now. Our highest level of put volume is at $37. We're at 35 right now. We're moving up to 37. We're going from 1.1 in volume to 1.5. But this is the difference that I want you guys to see. 5.4 in volume for the calls, 1.5 for the puts. Let's do the math. I can't math it in my head. My brain doesn't work sometimes. 3.6. Is that right? It seems like it should be more than that. That doesn't seem right. Hold on a second. Yeah, that's right. 3.6. We're getting really close. Okay, I thought it was 4. My math in my head quickly told me that it was probably closer to 4, but we're at a 3.6% or 3.6 ratio. 3.6 times the amount of call volume than we have put volume. That's pretty drastic. Four times the amount would be really drastic. 5 times the amount would be insane. and it would be a signal to me that we're going to be moving up in price. What has happened though is that our spread of 35 to 40 from the beginning of this morning has decreased down to 37 to 40, signaling a closing price around 38.5 bucks for the day today. That's at least what the options are signaling. Oops, did I forget that other page? Where did it go? Wherefore art thou? There you are. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see. We were in 11th 40 minutes ago. Currently in 12th with a 55% to 45% buy to sell ratio. The more shares we DRS, guys, the further we're going to slip down this list. We're going to see volume, I think, fall further and further and further. The only thing that's going to help us at all is the fact that we're moving into this end stage of this cycle. GME is currently showing that they have fallen off the list completely. So they started out the morning at, I think it was 15th or 16th, and then they dropped to like 28th, and now they're not even on the list. And they had perfectly normal buy to sell ratios, really good ones. It was over 60%, I think. Shares available to borrow. What done? What done? 250, another 50,000 there. About another 50,000 shares borrowed. So we are now at 2.85 million shares borrowed for the day today. Wait a minute. Oh, oops. Sorry, guys. I had that stuff still up on the screen. I didn't realize it. 16,000 contracts in the money. 134,000 contracts out of the money on the puts. You know, go watch ACM Bigham's on this. What he was talking about as far as out the money call positions and how, you know, how the stock prices are being manipulated with those. Go check it out. It's worth listening to. I posted earlier this morning. Maybe I'll you know what? I'll link it. I'll not link it. What's the word called? Pin it. I'll pin it up to the top so you guys can see it easier. Where did I put it at? Okay, it's now pinned to the top, so you guys should see it there. Go watch it. You know, you're not going to miss a whole lot. What's going on, Amanda? Good to see you. Good to see you back. You're not going to miss much, but it's definitely worth watching because I think it identifies how we've been getting a lot of information incorrect in concerns to dark pools. Advancers, 4,038 advancers to 2,514 decliners. The market's starting to turn around towards the positive side. Is up on the NASDAQ by 0.07. Dow Jones is up 0.24, and the S&P 500 is up 0.16. Taking a look at Robinhood, it is down 2.1% for the morning. Amazon is down 0.09. Sorry, up 0.09. Cinemark is up 0.05. Doge is up. Down 2%. Man, I can't read. GME is down 0.72, and we are down 1%, just a little over 1%. Our inflow to outflow, we have more inflow than outflow by almost 1 million, almost a single point, resulting in a percent loss in price. Yeah. So volume. 10.38 divided by, see, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30. We're about 20 minutes off from that. So 100 minutes, 390. So we're on pace for a 40 million share trading day today. I had guessed 35 to 55 because I had upped my numbers. Yeah, volume decreasing. Yeah, it's decreasing. Our pre-market data to me didn't look like that was going to be the case. but that's what it's looking like. It looked like we did break outside the that bearish triangle going down right inside my box right there. I mean, the first breakout was here, but the actual first candlestick out was inside that box area. Let's look at the 1 hour. More selling pressure than buying pressure. RSI is at 37.5. On a 30-minute interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure, so two negative strikes against us. RSI is really low at 33.3 on this one. I would expect to see a little bit of a turnaround coming in the near future, just because it's dropping. RSI is already kind of low. More selling pressure than buying pressure currently on here as well. RSI at 31.78. And on a 1 minute, we don't look at it that way. So, yeah. Let me go ahead and delete this. So I was thinking we might test 36.69 and maybe kind of bounce off that, but it could drop a little bit lower. I do have a negative outlook for price for today, 35 to 38. And I think, kind of looking at like where we're going long term, I got this big old box down here. And I think what might happen is sometime between now and then, I think we're kind of find ourselves in maybe like a wedge type pattern, a descending wedge with volume decreasing and price decreasing, which is bullish. So we might be looking at a little something like this. Just kind of, I'm trying to guesstimate here. I don't really have a bottom for this yet, not a good one, but it's gonna look a little something like this. Just trying to guesstimate. It could be about there. I don't know what that is and get rid of it. So today I do see being kind of like a down day. I'm not sure what the bottom on this is. We'll have to. I already drew the box out here because I think that's kind of like that. I think this like 35.54 range. I think that's kind of. I think I said 35.64 earlier, but I redrew my Fibonacci retracements and it's 35.54 now. But that 35.54 I think is going to be a level of support. And to kind of give you like a thesis as to why I would think that is that we've already held 35.64 right back here once before, and I think we're going to test that same number, and that's where we're going to see the spike out, right? Like it's going to come back down, it's going to test that same number, and then we're going to see a big, massive jump from there. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. So if you're having a hard time watching the price drop today and maybe tomorrow a little bit, take a break. Go watch a movie. There's a couple good movies out right now. Or so I've heard. I want to go see them so bad. I've not been able to get out to go see the movies. We have, due to my wife's work schedule and some of the kids' schedules and stuff like that, like we have to pick our times to go see movies carefully so that everybody can be involved and nobody gets left out. People get pissed when they get left out of movies. I don't think we heard the end of it about Black Widow. I think half of the family went to go see it because the other half was busy doing stuff. And so we went and saw Black Widow, and we haven't heard the end of it. They just finally saw it this last weekend, and I think that may be the last that we'll hear that they haven't, that they hadn't seen it yet and kept rubbing it in. Gotta be real careful about those kind of things, especially with like Marvel movies. But I do want to see Venom. And I'm a Bond fan too, so gotta see Bond. Did you guys see that? My sticker's still there? Oh, it's still there. Watch this. I don't know if you guys can see this. I'm kind of sitting in the dark today. It's a cloudy, overcast day here where I'm at. So I'm gonna take a drink here and see if you can see it. Oh, I don't have my video on. You guys are like, what's he talking about? Man, I just took like a big old swig too. All right, here we go. Hopefully you're able to see that sticker. It's supposed to be a subliminal message. That way, whenever I drink, you guys, you see a little to the moon sticker. So we are indeed getting a nice little bounce off that 36.69 nice level of support. I don't expect it to hold. We might bounce off it like once or twice before breaking through. All right, let's check the news. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some hit pieces. Okay, so we already got the short iceberg thing out of the way. You know, the nobody company. It's sure a good thing that they covered their positions that aren't even reported in Fintel. Oh man, that's hilarious. I bet it probably feels cool to make yourself relevant by publishing like some media, some news source and be like, that way you can point to your friends about how your research company is in the news. Look, guys, my iceberg research is in the news. I said something that was really controversial and it made it into the news. Oh man. It's good stuff. Here's the funny part. What did they say? They said they covered. They made their position in July, according to the news article that I saw. So what's the lowest price we had in July? Because I'm pretty sure that it said that they bought their position around the 30s. It didn't say where in the 30s, but I'm looking to see what the lowest price was in the 30s in July. It looks like 35. Let me make sure I'm at the low spot here. That's a high. I need the low. $34.69, $34.30, $31.15. Yeah, it looks like $31.15 might be the lowest. Yep. So, say for example that they had a put position. I guess they could have legitimately there could have been a company that may have had a put position at 37, 38 bucks. But we opened up today higher than that, right? We opened up at 37.24. So if they're going to announce that they had a covering, then that means that their put position had to be either 38, 39. if it was in the 30s, like the article said, then it was either 38 or 39. So they really didn't. I mean, if they did make money on this, it's not a whole lot. I don't think it would have been very much. My wife went with, Crazy Pepe says, funny story, Casey. My wife went with me to watch Bond movie. After the intro is done, there's like 5 minutes of credits, and my wife thought the movie was over because there are long credits. Yeah, it's always been like that, right? Those credits in the beginning of the movie, and yeah, they always have like the Bond girls, usually like in the pre part of the movie. Who's your guys' favorite Bond character of all time? I have two. I have two. And I have a really tough time deciding which one I like the best. I actually have to look up. I only know one of their names. I have to look up the other one. I always forget his name. Okay, yeah. As soon as I see it, I go like, gosh, how come I couldn't freaking remember that name? I actually have three. I have three. And Daniel Craig is not one of them. I actually really don't particularly care for Daniel Craig. He's grown on me. Let me change that. I hated Daniel Craig the very first movie he did. But since then, he's actually grown on me quite a bit. But not nearly as much as some of the other Bond characters. But in my opinion, the number one Bond actor would have been Roger Moore. Number two would have been Sean Connery, and number three would have been Pierce Brosnan. Interestingly enough, that happens to be the same order. That may be the same order from. No, maybe not. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look and see what the order of them were, but that may be the same order in the age that I grew up in. Okay, no, that's not true. I was wrong. Sean Connery was actually, was he the first? It looks like he might have been the first. Sean Connery was the first, then David Niven, then George Lazenby, then Roger Moore, then Timothy Dalton, then Pierce Brosnan, then Daniel Craig. So I'm kind of like the first, the middle, and the last, second to last. Yeah, I think there may have been a time where I would have said Pierce Brosnan was my favorite, but I think that may have just been an influence by that 007 Bond Nintendo 64 game. When it really comes down to it, I loved Roger Moore the best. Just because I think the humor, like I felt like there was he had that like look on his face of whenever he dealt with Jaws. When Roger Moore and Jaws got into it, some of the looks that he would give Jaws and Jaws would give him back just cracked me up. I could not. I loved that. I loved it. And then who can't, you can't go wrong with Sean Connery. You can't go wrong with him for anything. Him being Indiana Jones' dad, priceless, priceless, man. They couldn't have picked a better person to be Indiana Jones' dad. They couldn't have. There's nobody who would have done a better job. All right, guys, it's time. It's time for me to head to break. So you know what that means. Time for the price to rise. I've got my channel in here. I've got my channel, our descending wedge, 2-day wedge. Well, maybe it's a 3-day wedge. How many days is this? 1, 2, 3. It's gonna be about a 3-day wedge formation here. So I've got that pattern set up, and you know, we'll just continue to watch it. But you know, we're gonna trend down, I think, for the next two, today and tomorrow, and then I think we're gonna bounce off that 30. What did I say? 35.54, and it's gonna be a big explosion. So we'll just watch and see what happens. Let me leave you guys with some music here. All right, so you guys, I'm actually going to come back at 11:05. No, let's just make it 11:10. I'll be back at 11:10. I'm going to take a little extra 3 minutes because I kind of leaving out of here late. So I'll see you guys back at 11:10. Okay, I'm back. So while I was gone, guys, I got a text from ComputerShare, letting me know that there was an update to my account. I guess what I'm going to do first is I'm going to go through the technicals, kind of get those out of the way, and then I will show you guys the text that I received so you can see what it looks like. Because there was actually something kind of interesting that happened, and I think you guys would want to know this. Let's thank Gazer Beam Gary for sitting here watching the price move along here as I was gone, and we'll let him retire to his dutiful duties that he has. Thanks, Gary. Gazer Beam, good old Gazer Beam Gary, coming in to watch our price while I was on break. Let's see here. Bondaro says, "Hello, Casey. What do you think about the symmetrical triangle on the 30-minute time frame? Start of construction September 30th. We are now near the lower boundary. So Bondaro, we should probably bounce to the upper 38.3 boundary now. So here's what I'm kind of drawing out here it's actually the 30-minute interval as well. Is where I pretty much drew it, and I'm kind of seeing like a wedge pattern that appears to be forming here, and it looks to be completing at around that 35 bounce off of 35.54. It's what you're saying is from the 30th, which would be way back here. Perhaps this kind of a thing. We're nearing the bottom side of it. I see what you're getting at. I can see that. We'll see. I could definitely see. Here's what I don't like. To me, I don't like drawing wedge figures that that go from the bottom of a spike up in price to the top. I really feel like this is like a pennant type situation that you should have forming here, and that pennant formation right here would have broken out right here at this point, and I think that's the end of that signal. There is a case to be made that that there's a long term. I'll go ahead and draw it out. Boy, that didn't really stick to where it was supposed to stick to. There we go. And the other spot that you're looking at right here. So this is what Bandaro is kind of talking about right here. And I think personally myself, I think where we're heading is more of a downwards direction. We'll keep both of these on the screen. We'll see what ends up happening. I kind of feel like today and tomorrow is going to be down days, but I think we're going to see a spike out in the later half, like a really big spike out and a bounce off of 35.54. But I see what it is that you're talking about. We'll leave it up here on the screen and see where it goes from there. Let's do a little bit of technical analysis. Let's see what we got here. Oh, finally, the real streamer is coming on. Gazer Beam, Gazer Beam. Yeah. Sorry, AMC Stock Master. Gazer Beam took off. No more love. No more love from Gazer Beam Gary when I'm gone. Good old Gazer Beam Gary. Watching the stocks for us. All right, let's cover it, and then I'll get to the ComputerShare stuff here in just a little bit. I think there's something interesting to show you guys there. I've already ran into my first snafu with working with ComputerShare, and I think it's an important snafu that needs to be pointed out. And yeah, so we'll see what happens. But let's go ahead and I'll take you over to the other screen real quick here and update some of the pages, see where we stand. good. Dark pools, 58.39% for the day today. That's pretty high. You know, it's probably it's higher than it was yesterday. I think, or right about what it was yesterday, which is going to put us at about 62, 63% around there. It looks like so about an hour ago we had 275,000 shares that had been borrowed. Now we have negative 274. So a negative swing by 500,000. Yeah, actually it's more than that. 550,000. Sorry, math is off. That's going to lower our current estimated short share interest of the free float down to 17.62%. And looking at our total call volume, highest level amount still at a $40 strike price, and it's increased from 5.4 to 9.8. And on the put side of things, $37 is where it was at an hour ago. It's decreased to 36. So they're kind of all over the place right now. They're kind of indecisive as to how far down they're going to put it. It was 1,500 contracts. Now it's 2.5. We are on the precipice of a 4-to-1 ratio in volume on calls and puts, with a split at $38. AMC currently showing up not on the top 10 list of most popular traded stocks. We are in 11th. I think it might have been 12th an hour ago, so we've maybe improved by a spot. With 57% buys to 43% sells, we're getting closer to the ideal number of 60-40. GME, which has fallen off of this list, is still not back on. Total shares borrowed in the last hour, none. Oh, no, I lied. Another 50,000 right here. Another 50,000 shares borrowed, so we're now looking at a total of 2.9 million shares for the day today. Getting close to 3. 16,000 contracts in the money on the calls, 134,000 out of the money puts, 264 out of the money calls. Go check out AMC Bigums. I've got it pinned. I've got the pin up there for you guys for video. I was telling you guys that I think that I've been getting the whole dark pool situation incorrect. And it looks to me like he's come out with the same, he's actually come up with information that agrees with that. You know, I've been getting it wrong for a long time. I've been saying for a long time that they've been stuffing our buy orders into the dark pools. I don't think it's the case. So go watch that video, AMC Bigums, and he's got some good information over there for you. The market as a whole. Currently, we have 4,186 advancers to 2,463 decliners. The Nasdaq is up 0.23, the Dow Jones up 0.14, and the S&P 500 up 0.17. Robinhood is down negative 1.81. Amazon is up 0.28. Cinemark is up 0.82. Doge is down negative 0.72. GME down negative 0.92. We are down 1.02. And our inflow versus outflow currently showing a positive inflow by less than 1 million shares, or less than $1 million. Our total volume for the day today, oof, this is dangerous looking. 14 million shares traded so far for the day today. We are currently 25 minutes away from halfway through the day. So that's 100. We're 170 minutes into the day, giving us a total volume for the day average of 32.1. I'm almost certain that we're not going to break 30. Almost certain that we're not going to break 30 today. That's going to be much lower than I would have anticipated. I think we have a lot of people who are DRSing shares, and our volume is going to be sucking down because of that. It is. It just is. Okay. On a 1 hour interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure, so we're moving back up. Looks like it could cross. It's heading towards crossing back over. RSI at 41, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have both buying pressure and selling pressure increasing. Looks pretty even at this point, with RSI at 39.08, so there's room to move up. On a 5-minute interval, it crossed over 5 minutes ago, and it looks like RSI is at 48.6, so it's got lots of room to move up. So it looks like we could be heading towards, at least on the 30-minute and 5-minute, it's looking like we're heading towards more buying pressure than selling pressure. So there might be a flip over here. I do feel like on a 30-minute interval that it looks like we're heading into a 3-day decrease in price, day over day. Even though I know yesterday was up overall, you can see the trend from basically where we got to a high up here. It's just going to trend down, and it's going to follow, I think, this wedge pattern into tomorrow. However, there is Bondaro is coming in here and saying that he thinks that we're going to support a longer, a longer wedge, where we're bouncing off of this, lower side of like, I guess it would be about 36.69, and kind of bouncing off of that and continuing the wedge formation here, which looks like it would probably break out sometime tomorrow. We'll see. Bondaro might have a better call on this than I have. Everybody's gonna be like, Bondaro needs to start his own YouTube channel. I'm cool with that, man. I'm cool with that. If you got better information than I got, put it out there. And that's why I put it on here on the screen for you guys to see. I don't claim to be 100% right all the time. Monty, I believe the SEC is letting them keep this price down for a reason. All right, I'm going to move on to this ComputerShare topic because I want to show you guys what it is that happened to me. So when I went on break, and I'll put this up there at 10:01 my time. I'll put this on the screen for you guys to see. Actually, let me bookmark this moment so I can flag it later. So this is what happened. I went on break, and I got this text message from ComputerShare. Yeah, I can show this to you. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any information here I couldn't show you guys. So I get this message. Let's see if I can get it to show up. Come on, focus. The banking details. So I got an update. The banking details on your account have been updated to view your account, go to, and then it's got my account on there. Right. So I go in there. I click on that, and it takes me over there to the website, and it basically takes me to their website where I can log into the Investor Center. Now, remember, most of everything that I did yesterday was all on the computer. So I went to log into Investor Center on my phone to see what what the change was, because I wanted to report to you guys what the changes were happened, whatever happened. And it says, I go into the link and it says, welcome to the investment center, and you can hit the login button. So I hit the login button, and essentially it asked me for my login credentials, which since I did it on the computer, I didn't know what they were. So what I did is I said I didn't know what they were, and it took me over to a page that said the basic kind of thing where it's you can log in. Sorry, let me get rid of that. A basic login that if you don't remember what your credentials are, you can hit the forget user ID kind of thing, right? So I clicked on that, and then it basically asks you to put in your email address, which I'm not going to show you guys. But this is what I end up getting back from them. This is extremely disheartening. This is the message that I get back from ComputerShare about my email. And I'll read it to you guys because it may not show up on here too well. But it's the third paragraph that I want you to see. It says, unfortunately, we cannot find any information for your entered email address. And I did not put in a bad email because it was autofilled. And I don't have an incorrect autofill. So they're basically telling me that I don't have an account with them after I've deposited money. So let me tell you what my next step of action is. And I haven't done this yet, so you're going to see it live as I do this. My next course of action is in the text messages that I had back and forth with them, well, that they had sent me after I set everything up yesterday. I'm going to go back to one of the previous ones that sent me to the banking details and click on it. And I know I went in there before and it showed me everything just fine when I went in there before. So I'm going to try that. And nope, sure enough, it takes me straight back to the same page again where it's asking me to log in. So apparently I'm not going to be getting in through my phone. So I'm going to come back over here to the computer. I'm going to open up ComputerShare. I should probably verify to see if they've actually taken funds out. I'm going to go into my banking account right now, and I'm going to look to see if there were funds deposited out of, or taken from my account and deposited into theirs. I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't see anything. So far, nothing's been withdrawn. So I'm now on the computer again. And I'm attempting to get onto their website, and nothing's happening. Okay, it is extremely slow. It's happening, but it's not happening very quick. Okay, so login. I don't know if it's going to remember me. Okay, login to Investor Center. All right, I'm going to look at my email for a user ID. I mean, I figure that they probably should have sent me an email that would have said what my user ID was, or So in this email that I originally got from it says, this email is your acknowledgement that on Monday, October 11th, 2021 at 11:05 a.m. Eastern Time, you completed the following transaction. Plan enrollment. Then it says, please keep this reference number below should you need to make any inquiries. And then it's got a reference number. That's it. There's no... I've never once created an account ID, so I have no idea what my user account ID is. But they obviously know what my correct email address is because I'm getting emails from them. So let me try this real quick here. I'm going to drag this over to the other screen real quick and see if I can't figure out what my user ID is. Unfortunately, I can't really reveal that to you. So let me try this here. I'm gonna try forgot user ID again. So I'm gonna enter in my email. I'm gonna hit next. Okay, it says that they've sent me an email to my email address. Please note that it may take a few minutes to arrive. And I'm gonna hit next. And so now it's saying, okay, it's asking for my user ID again. So now I'm gonna come over to my email, and sure enough, I've got an email from them. And same thing. Unfortunately, we cannot find any information for your entered email address. Yeah. So when I first came into the website, it asked me for online help. So we'll go through that. Let's see. We should get a pop-up here asking us if we want help. It's happened a few times, but it's not happening this time. It's pretty slow. Their website. It's definitely not anything to brag about in regards to how fast it is. Let's try this. Let's say register now and see what happens. Just in case they don't recognize my email address as being registered quite yet. Oy vey, this is slow. I don't have the best internet connection, I understand that, but I can guarantee you that this is not by any means typical. For example, if I were to pull up like this Yahoo page right here and refresh it, you know, you can see how long it comes up pretty quickly. It's not terribly slow, but you know, it's not exactly speedy either, but it's definitely faster than than their system. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill out this information here, and I'm going to see if perhaps I needed to have done something further. Ooh, boy, I wish I could. This is what I wanted to have right here just a second ago. Let's try it. Let's get this let's do this live chat real quick here. This is what I was trying to get to pop up a minute ago. What company you're inquiring about? None of the above. What company are you inquiring about? Yeah, it's just not up here. There's no AMC if that's what they're in reference to, so other. I am now chatting with May V. I guess I can put my screen. I'll put my face up here so you guys can see my facial features. Oh man, I just got popped in the head with that one. How may I help you today? Even though I put in what it was I wanted for help, they still want to know. And you guys are gonna notice I can't spell. So I said, hello, I just received a text from you that my account had just updated after a funds transfer, but the system does not recognize my email address as a user account. I'm going to pull this off to the side for just a minute. I'm going to type into her what my email, I'm sure she's going to ask. So I'm going to pull that off to the side just for a minute. I won't make you guys continue to stare at this screen. I'll let you look at the stock price until I get a response back from her. So looks like my two messages, or my message that I sent to her was at 11:36. And I guess I'm gonna wait to see how long I get a response from Maybe. So if we were going to follow Bondaro's wedge, it looks like it's breaking out as of right now. It's getting close to it anyways, but this is a closer view of it on a 1 minute basis. I would say that we're on a very definite descending parallel channel. So these are two. Now we have what I would consider to be a bullish indicator inside of a bullish descending wedge. So we have two different indicators indicating the price is going to be moving up here now. The wedge that we're kind of crawling down here, which doesn't complete until tomorrow, and this parallel channel that we're in. So what we might see, okay, I just got a message back. It's been 3 minutes since I contacted her. She said, I'll be right with you. So I'm still in waiting pattern. Meanwhile, the MOASS is happening, and remember in the background here, we just had problems getting into our account. The MOASS is triggering, and literally within a 2-hour period of time, your window could be closed for getting into the price that you need to get in for. That's how tight these windows are. Just based off the modeling that I did on GME, you could have maybe about a 10-minute window to get the price that you want. Tops, 10 minutes tops. So you're going to have to act immediately as soon as you realize that you need to sell your position. So if I had started this, if I had had account problems with them, starting at 10:35 when I started this conversation, we would almost we're in the final 5 minutes of me potentially not getting my price that I wanted for these shares. And I'd be panicking. I don't know about you guys, but when you start seeing millions of dollars disappearing and you can't get information that you need right now as to why you're not getting what you need done, you're going to start panicking pretty bad. She says, may I know the name of the stock company you have shares with? So I said, I want to purchase a share of AMC, but am waiting for the funds to transfer. So I can pull this back over now. I said, I want to purchase a share of AMC, but am waiting for the funds to transfer. And then I said, I received a text stating that there was an update to my account, but when I click it, it takes me to a login page, and I don't know what to use for a login ID. I use the forgot ID button, but the email I get says no account exists with my email. Okay, I caught you one day and you mentioned your metrics you were using to determine the MOASS downside. Have you made a video just going over those? I have. I have made a video. It was my first attempt at trying to describe to everyone what it was and how you get there. I can provide a link to that, but I'm going to be doing another video. I want to kind of update it, and I want to kind of like make it its own presentation, its own video, and kind of refine it a little bit so it's a little bit better. So let me get back to you. My Reddit and Twitter data or information is on the screen. If you want to contact me through Reddit or Twitter, when I do finally do the video, if you don't happen to come back to the channel very often, when I get it done and I post it, I can at least let you know. I can contact you and say, hey, by the way, here you go. I'd totally be willing to do that. So I got a message back asking me if this is an initial purchase, and I said yes. Yeah, not a problem. Absolutely. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to help out the community and any way that I can help is my pleasure. If I help you, it helps me. So still no response back. I'm really panicking at this point, right? Like if I was really in a position to where I needed to sell shares right now and I was having a login error issue, we would now be in that red zone where I could be losing a substantial amount of money off the sale of my shares. I would be panicking. I'd be sweating bullets. I would probably end the stream. I would probably end the stream and be like, guys, I can't do this right now. I got an emergency going on. And I would be sweating bullets. Yeah, this is taking too long. I ain't got time for this. I would probably be calling him as well as doing this live chat. Doing my darnest, and I guarantee you that if they're having internal server issues, this company is small. They're not going to have the ability to be able to take care of as many customers as they're probably getting. Once the funds are deducted on your account, it will be used to buy stock on the purchase date. After the shares are bought, there will be a settlement period for additional 2 business days. After the settlement will be the best time to set up an online account, since by that time we had already established your ComputerShare account. To which I respond, how do I find out what the update is to my account as per the text? So they're essentially telling me that I have no account that exists until after the shares have been purchased by them, which is honestly kind of ridiculous. Like there shouldn't be any reason why you can't create an account before share purchasing. I mean that is typically the general order that you do things in any other company. You create an account first, then you deposit money, then you buy your stocks after your money's transferred. That's pretty normal. This is an exception. Because based on what they're telling me, the initial text that I got, and you guys can go back and you can look at it, the initial text that I got back on the 11th, yesterday, when I initially put in the order to buy AMC, that one share, told me that the purchase date would more than likely occur on the 14th, and that the settlement date would have been on the 18th, so 1 week after. 1 week after yesterday, I would have that share available to trade. Yes, text and email. How do I find out what the update is to my account as per the text? Yes, text and email. If I mean their answer is pretty bad. So if I say if I'm receiving texts that are saying there are changes to my account, how do I see those changes? I am way less than impressed with their speediness. Of course, I know this is not a phone conversation, but just on a simple question on why my account's not there and how do I get information on what the changes are. They sent me a text. They sent me a text saying, you have changes to your account. Right? It says ComputerShare AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated purchase request has been received. Follow the status of your purchase at, and then they provide a link. So I click the link and it takes me to a login. And it's like, well, I just clicked the link again. Okay. I see what's happening here, guys. I'm not getting the same screen that I got before. Now I'm actually getting a screen that shows me my current account and what's going on with it. So this was a technical issue on their side. The link that they had sent me to, the link that they sent me was taking me to a login screen. Now it's taking me to an actual page that shows me the status of my order. So everything's fixed now, but it wasn't when I got the text originally. So we've got a little bit of problems going on here. Their ducks are not all lined up in a row. That's what you're getting yourselves into. I'm throwing it out there, just so you guys know. It's the whole reason I'm buying a share and selling a share of AMC through ComputerShare. You need to know what kind of broker you're getting into. Golden rule number 3, listen to it. Know the broker that you're getting involved with. Do not just jump blindly into something. John Sullivan asking, do you show VWAP for AMC? My Webull chart is not showing anything. Let me check it out for you. I'm not going to continue on this conversation with her because now the window, the link is working. I'm going to go ahead and tell her. Now she's saying, thank you for waiting. I'll be with you in just a moment. So I said, thanks, but I just tried the link again and it is now showing the status of my order. I don't need further assistance. Thanks for your time. So I'm not going to bother her anymore. I'm sure she's busy. And I say she because May, I think, is a woman. I don't know for sure. It showed a picture of a woman. Who knows? It may actually be a guy. It is the internet. Who cares? Anyways, moving on. So that's I guess that's the end of today's experiment for ComputerShare. And what it is you have to look forward to with dealing with them as a broker. I just spent I don't know, was that what a good 20 minutes? Just about 19 minutes trying to figure out a software glitch on their side that has been corrected, and they didn't even realize that it was a problem to begin with. Thank goodness. All right, John Sullivan, let's get to yours. You wanted VWAP. Good point. Doesn't seem to be showing. Oh, wait, there it is. Only part of it, though. I see it, but I don't see all of it. Let's try a different stock. Yeah, look at that. VWAP going all the way out to the end here. So VWAP's working on GME. AMC, it looks like VWAP is only going out to the end of today and then not resetting. So if you go into your settings for VWAP, if you're doing it on your computer, what did you say? Did you say your phone? Do you show a VWAP for AMC? My Webull chart is not showing anything. So I don't know if you're on a phone or not, but I think if you go into the settings, okay, it doesn't. It only allows you to change what it looks like. it does say VWAP 14. Let me just check something out real quick here. And it's VWAP 14 as well. Interesting. That would be a Webull issue. For some reason, they're not reporting VWAP for AMC today. It stops at market open. You can see it. I got a lot of other junk on the page here, but you can see it right here through the night in the aftermarket or pre-market hours rather. Well, aftermarket and pre-market. And then as soon as market opens, about a minute into the day, it stops reporting. So that's going to be a Webull problem. Good shout out there, John. Yeah, you're not crazy. My mom says it takes a few minutes or hours to get through ComputerShare's poor website. That's nothing if it takes days to sell through them. Right, yeah, well, this is true. Let's see, John saying, I show nothing for a day. It went off a cliff last night, it looks like. Yeah, so it looks like you might be getting, you know, some kind of reporting. I know last night, if you were on Webull last night, in the after hours, a lot of people were seeing some really weird reporting of the data. In fact, I had one of my admins contact me last night, and he's like, "What's going on?" And I was like, "I think it's just bad reporting on Webull's chart, but everybody's freaking out about the 15-cent price hike right towards the end of after-hour trading yesterday." I don't. I can show you a picture because he sent it to me. Let me go to it real quick here. I'll show you guys a picture of what it looks like. I don't know. Hopefully you can see this. Let me see if this is the after-hour trading. Come on, focus. Anyways, you can see the spike up right there. And it is for AMC Entertainment. Maybe that'll help focus it. Man, this camera stinks. Anyways, there it is. It was just like a straight bar, and then all of a sudden it spiked up. And everybody's just like absolutely going nuts, going like, what the heck's going on? Why did it spike up? And, you know, of course you see this massive spike right here, and everybody was kind of freaking out. And then and you know, there was a lot of speculation on a lot of people's parts. Webull comments were blowing up about it. You know, I think a lot of people were just kind of like, nah, it looks like it's just kind of a glitch kind of thing, and it did look like a glitch to me as well. So it looks like they're having some reporting problems. There might be some issues going on here. Keep in mind, guys, that Webull is not on the list of great trading platforms for a broker. It is on the list of not ideal brokers to have based off of everything that happened last January. I think that's probably the best way for me to say it. And I'm not trying to push brokers on you guys at all. I have, you know, I opened up an account through Webull. I have 5 shares of AMC through it. I was using Webull as a test platform for something I wouldn't, you know, but I really like how it looks. That's why I use it. I feel like it's really easy to navigate through, but yeah. On a 30-minute interval, I'm going to go back out here, and I'm actually going to, I'm getting really close to deleting Bondaro's wedge. I think we need about I think in 30 minutes more, there's a good chance that I'll just be deleting that. Yeah, Silent Streamer. I do have TradingView as well. Great platform. So I've always, you know, my comparison on TradingView versus Webull is like Apple versus Samsung, right? Webull's Apple and TradingView's Samsung, or I should say Android. And I mean, there's so many more options of what you can do with TradingView. It's impressive. I don't get very much. I do this 9-hour stream. I don't get very much time to sit down and just practice with it. And I love the simplicity of Webull. So that's why I stay here with it, with this platform. I really do love the simplistic ease of use, but there's so much more tools that can be used with TradingView. So much more. Silent streamer, let's see, John Sullivan saying, I just use Webull for charting. I use my brother-in-law who is a real broker. I mean, hey, if you got a real broker in the family, why not? That's what I would probably do too. All right, guys, it's that time. It's that time to do technical analysis. It's on the hour every hour. So, oh, I'm blinding you. Let me fix that. My bad. I changed that for the for everything I just did there with that whole ComputerShare and whatnot. All right, now I'll take you over. Try not to blind you anymore. All right, let me update some screens, and we'll take a look at everything and see where we stand as of right now. And yes, Mom, I agree. I completely agree. If 25 minutes is how long it takes to fix a potential login issue with your account on ComputerShare, it's pale in comparison to how long it may take you to sell your shares. But we'll get there and we'll see what that's going to look like, right? That's the whole reason why I'm doing this whole process, is that I think that we need to know, as a community, we need to know what it is that we're getting involved into, right? And so that's why I'm taking the time to go through and show you what the process looks like for buying a share, for selling a share. And I know that doesn't meet the standard requirements of being an ape of buying and holding, but we need to see how the platform works. We really do. It's number one. You need to know. Dark pools traded for the day today, 58.39. I think that might be just a tad hair slightly higher than what it was. Chartexchange.com reporting that right here next to my face. That's going to be on Cycle Tracker tomorrow. That would show up at around like 62, 63%. Again, I don't know why there's a difference. I honestly don't. I wish I did. I've tried to reach out to ask questions, but I have not received a response back. I'll try to reach out again here soon. Moving down to borrowed change down below that. Looks like it's really odd to me. Maybe it's just because of the settings that I have set up right now, but it's really odd to me that it's showing up as negative 410 and it doesn't say what it is. Normally it has like a K there next to it. It's really strange. Looks like everybody's kind of having a little bit of technical issues right now. Something's going on. 274,000 shares returned an hour ago, so they've gone up to 410. I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that that's 1,000 because I don't want that to be million. Can you imagine if they returned 410 million? We'd be screwed. That should have lowered the estimated current short share interest of the free float, but I feel like that's gone up. Weirdness. That's now at 17.67%. Highest level of call options currently at a $40 strike price, but 38 is catching up really quickly. It was 9.8 an hour ago. It's still showing 9.8. I have not updated it. Something is not right here. Give me a second. I don't think that it's not changed. There we go. That's better. Let's see. So that 9.8 is now 12.3. On the put side of things, 36 was the highest strike price in volume an hour ago. It's still the same, although 35 is a close runner-up, and so is 34. But currently it went from 2.5 thousand contracts to 3,000 contracts. So we now have a 4-to-1 ratio. Over 4-to-1 ratio of volume for calls and puts. Taking you back to the main page. Oh, I screwed everything up. On Fidelity, based on orders, we have dropped out of the top 10. We were in, I believe it was 11th an hour ago. Currently in 12th with 58% buys to 42% sell ratios. This is moving up into a nice territory. I love seeing 60-40 at a minimum. That is nice looking. GME has fallen off the list. They were on the list earlier this morning and fell off. Still have not returned back to the list in the top 30. Looking at borrowed shares in the last hour, it looks like they have not borrowed any. No borrowed shares in the last hour. Currently, we have 16,000 contracts in the money, 134,000 contracts out of the money on the puts. You know how I feel about this number. Go watch AMC Bigham's. Sorry, he's not big. I don't know if he's big. Bigham's. Go watch AMC Bigham's. I have it pinned in the comment section. I guess what I have to say about this is that I think me and everybody included have been getting something wrong for a while. And it was the misconception that all of our buy orders were getting stuffed into the dark pools. This may be partially true, but I think that, you know, based on the information that what AMC Bigham's found, you need to go check that out. And so I'm not going to give this lecture anymore about seeing how many out of the money long calls we have, because I think there's a reason for this. But you need to go watch his video. I'm not going to just stream it here. That's his content. And I provided the link pinned to the top of the screen there. How's the market doing? Let's take a look. 3,850 advancers to 2,833 decliners. The NASDAQ is down 0.14. The Dow Jones is down 0.17, and the S&P 500 is down 0.15. It's interesting to see that we have more advancers than decliners, and yet the market's slightly down. I have a feeling we might be kind of transitioning towards a sell-off kind of day today. So we'll see. I shouldn't say sell-off. I should say like a negative, a down day. How's that? A down day. Robinhood is down 1.95%. Amazon is up 0.05. Cinemark is up 0.28. Doge is up 0.1. GME is down 1.25, and we are down 1.64. Taking a look at our inflow versus our outflow, we have an outflow that is greater by 1 million. I call it 1 point. So 1 point spread between the two, which is equating to our 1.6% loss in price. Let's see how many shares we're averaging now. It was 32 million shares is what we were averaging an hour ago. Wait, 1 second. Plus 25. 220. Okay, we're on an average of 29.2 million shares for the day today. So we've dropped from 32 to 29 in the last hour. So we will be finishing underneath, unless we have some kind of amazing run up like we did not last. I don't think was it last week? Was it last week Thursday that we had that run up, or was it 2 weeks ago? I think it might have been 2 weeks ago. I don't know. The days are kind of melding together anymore. If we have another day like that, where all of a sudden volume just suddenly spikes out of nowhere, it'd be completely possible for us to achieve higher volume. And we have had higher volume here in the last hour. So I don't know. We could have a turnaround. It's possible. Not very likely, but it is possible. On a 1 hour interval, we currently are showing more selling pressure than buying pressure, for sure. It's pretty darn obvious based on this Vortex index. RSI is currently at 36.1, which is low, very low. I don't think that this hour interval, I don't think this is going to be able to continue for much longer. It might be able to continue for another 2, maybe 3 hours tops. before seeing it starting to turn around. On a 30-minute interval, it looks to me like there's more. It's almost equal selling and buying pressure, but there's just slightly more buying pressure than selling, with an RSI of 35.2. On a 5-minute interval, you can already see the number, the buying pressure is definitely starting to spike up and looking to try and converge with the selling pressure, with RSI at 40.96. So I think we're on the men's. I think we're moving towards the men's. But if you look at this right now, I mean, we are in this descending parallel channel. We've been in this descending parallel channel since, I don't know, probably since that last drop down in price right here. And this descending parallel channel is a bullish indicator. We've already bounced off the bottom of it 4 times. But on a bigger picture, on a 30-minute interval, I believe that we're in this wedge, a descending wedge here. I'm going to get rid of, we're pretty much broken out of Bondaro's pattern, so I'm going to go ahead and delete it. We're following this descending parallel channel right here, right? You can see that. Then this is the wedge. It's like a 3-day wedge that I've got built up here, which I kind of expect us to maybe break out sometime in this box area. Like it could be, I would expect it maybe to break out kind of midday, 1, 2 o'clock, even though I don't have my box written kind of over that area. Actually, this is really poor. Let me fix it. I'm going to draw it correctly. Probably about like that. So sometime midday tomorrow, I think that we would see a breakout of this wedge, with volume falling and price falling. Comes bullish movement. So it's a falling wedge. So it should be movement breaking out, going up. And I'm expecting there to be a pretty big bounce. I'm also kind of expecting it to kind of bounce off of this 35.54 range, but that would be right at the end of the day. So I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not quite that low. It might be a little bit higher than that. But the movement in the current descending parallel channel should be out. It should bounce out of this, and we kind of move back up a little bit before moving down for tomorrow. So that's the outlook on where we're at right now. Let me go back to see what you guys are saying here. John saying John saying I watched that video. It's 14 minutes long, I think, but that is riveting what he found. Absolutely. Good morning, Nikki. Afternoon, yeah. JP says good afternoon. Really low volume. If the volume picks up, this will go up. I agree. We're gonna see, the bang phase, right? Suck, squeeze, bang, blow theory that I have. When we move into that next, right now we're in that squeeze phase of that 4-stroke engine, right? And when we move into that bang phase, we're going to see both price and volume explode, just absolutely explode, and very much like the wow, I just lost it. Spark plug, very much like the spark plug would ignite the combusted, or the pressurized fuel and air inside the cylinder, and so you're gonna this pop. This is gonna be a big pop, bang, and it's gonna be a pop of volume and price. No, right now it is not in the suck phase. We're in the squeeze phase. It feels like the suck phase because of the lowering volume. I totally get that, but we are actually in the squeeze phase of the pattern. So I'll go ahead and post it up here so you guys can see. So yeah, me too. Me and you both. Let's see here. Let me see if I can get this on the screen so that it doesn't do something stupid. All right. Let's see. So the suck phase really, it's arguable whether you could say it started on the 9th or the 14th. I'm sorry, the 8th or the 13th. I'm sorry. It's real arguable, but the suck phase would have been one of those 2 days. Doesn't really matter which one it is. It's more about identifying the fact that you have reduction in volume, and you can see it ever since the 7th of last month. You can see the reduction. It starts at 102, 97, 85, 89, 75, 65, 76, 57, 68. It just keeps going down, 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 down. But then this is how you know you're in the squeeze phase. You could not have a pop into the squeeze phase unless you had a spike in volume. And we did. And it was that Thursday on the 30th of last month. And that's the pop that tells you that you're in the squeeze phase. And in the squeeze phase, you have volume and price being compressed. Okay, so it's going to be okay. I feel like every time I say okay, I feel like that guy. Okay, what we have here is volume and price. Yeah, okay, it's falling. Yeah, so it's falling, right? It's falling. We're squeezing everything together. If we have the right air and we have the right fuel ratios going on right here, and basically what's going to happen is it's all getting compressed. That's the squeeze. All of it's just getting super compressed inside of our cylinder, and then pop. We're going to have a huge price increase and a huge volume increase, and it's just going to be, you'll know it. It'll hit you in the face, and you'll be like, "Damn, this is it." It will. It'll hit you in the face. You'll know it. The minute it happens, you'll be like, "Oh shit, the bang just happened." And the best part about it is that's not even that's not even going to be the it's not even going to be the best portion of price increasing, right? Because the best part of price increasing is the blow. Who doesn't love the blow? because really what ends up happening, and I'll go to like one of the other cycles just to kind of show you. But really what ends up happening is you have another period of time where your volume starts to, you have that initial pop in the bang, but then everything's kind of subsiding as the piston got pushed down, right? And so your price just kind of settles down a little bit, right? It doesn't really go too much. Then your volume really starts to kind of tank out in the bang phase, and then the big blow, right? The big blow up of price and volume. That's when the really big blow comes, and it's just like it's obvious that everything is being exhausted. Price and volume is being exhausted, and it just blowing out the top. To be honest with you, Monty, golden rule number 3 is solely based on exactly what you just said. Golden rule number 3 is that make sure that the broker that you have has aftermarket hour and pre-market trading, because majority of the time, based on the analysis that I did on the GME squeeze, majority of the time your big action plays happen in the aftermarket hours and pre-market hours. Trey said that a long ass time ago, and I don't think anybody ever really paid any attention to it. But after I did my analysis of what happened with GME, and then I started comparing it to VW and Tesla, I was like, oh yeah, you better make sure that you have pre-market hour and after hour trading, because if you don't, when it comes time to sell, you're gonna miss out. And it's going to suck. It's going to suck worse than the suck does. Joe, I don't know, man. I'm not trying to predict the future here. I really don't. I don't know. Well, I should have read some of what you guys were saying. Hold on a second, I'm catching up. Silent streamer, I could put a picture of my chart. Sorry, I just wanted to see the VWAP. Oh yeah, no problem. Silent streamer couldn't. I couldn't put it. Yeah, it's because for some reason on my stream you're not allowed to post links which I think is retarded. I said the R word again. I'm trying to get better about it, guys. I really am. I don't mean to be offensive. Monty's laughing at me. And then Joe wants to know when this blows. I just can't say, Joe. Nikki says, Casey, does it matter if you have a cash account or margin account to this play? I mean, let me be very clear about this. I want to be very, very clear about this. If you have a margin account and you've played, first off, I have to premise this with I am not a financial consultant, okay? And this is just me kind of trying to cover my butt. I need to ask you a question, and you don't have to answer this, but I need to know who your broker is to answer this correct, to answer this for you correctly, because it may differ for other people. Actually, I don't need to know that. No, don't tell me. Just change my mind. If you have a margin account and you've got open put positions against anything, you're at risk. Yeah. Okay, with Webull, you're definitely at risk. Super, super at risk if you have any kind of put positions that you've opened up anywhere. I would be careful. I guess that's probably the best thing I can say. Be careful. There's been known instances where people have gotten margin requirements and have been self-liquidated by Webull. I've only read about them. I have not seen them personally myself. And so you need to be careful about that because if they feel that they need to liquidate your position because you're in a margin account, I don't know what they can do and what they can't do, but there's some shady stuff that happens. And the only way that you can really fully protect yourself is by being in a cash account. Because if you're in a cash account, they can't do those same things to you. So I guess that would be my best advice is to be very, very, very careful about having that way. I don't think that if you wanted to keep Webull as your broker, I don't think it's very difficult to transfer your shares from a margin account to a cash account. So that might be something that you might want to look into. But if you hold a margin account with any positions whatsoever, you need to be extremely careful. No, yeah, Jason, at risk for them issuing a margin call against you, and it's happened. Okay, if you don't have any put positions, I feel like it's safe to say that you were probably safe, but I can't say for a certainty that they can't drum up some kind of dumb thing that causes you to for them to issue a margin call to you. I don't know. I've seen margin calls issued to people who have margin accounts through Webull, and I don't know what the conditions were for their accounts that caused that to happen. Right? Because I'm not them and I don't know what they've done with their accounts, but I would be extremely cautious about making sure that you had your AMC shares in a cash account, and it shouldn't be that difficult to transfer them over from a margin account to a cash account. But then again, if you hold that same account with the same broker, it is I believe it's possible for them to liquidate your cash accounts to cover for anything in your margins. Yes, you're correct, Jason, but Nikki is also correct. Whether or not you turn on or off your button for share lending, actually, you can have share lending in Webull through your cash account too. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but you can. And there's actually a feature to turn that off on the cash account as well. I'm pretty sure, because I think I have. Ooh, you know what? Now that I think about it, I have a margin account on Webull. Well, I only have 5 shares of AMC through Webull, so I'm not too worried about it. But Just be careful, Nikki. Just be careful. But you can't. I know for a fact that you can turn off share lending on Webull because I've done it myself. Yeah, just be careful. The last thing I want to see is happen to anybody that anybody that I know, for them to get into a position to where they get some kind of margin requirement added to their account and then they get liquidated out of their position early. That would suck. It would just really, really suck to have something like that happen to you. But that is a great question. And it's good to get these kind of questions out of the way now. Right? You don't want to be worrying about those kind of things later. There was something I was going to look up. I can't remember. It bothers me that my memory's starting to fade. It really does. I know how you feel, Mom. There really was something I was going to go check out, and I feel like maybe it was something in the comments that was said that I wanted to check into. Joe, yeah, I do. I think it was Joe. What Joe had said, wind blow. I don't know. I personally think that margin calls happen around $90 to $95. It could have maybe increased to 100 to 110 bucks after the last share dilution. But that would be my best guess that I could kind of even begin to throw it at you, is that I think margin calls happen in those, maybe somewhere between 90 and 110 bucks. I know that's such a wide range, but my range only used to be $5 from 90 to 95. But with share dilution, there was a lot of things that changed. That changed the amount of volume, total volume that we have. And I think those are factors that that are calculated into margin calls. So a lot of stuff has changed since I did my last calculations, and I'm not sure how it impacted it. Nikki, just because we talked about this, I want to post this for you. In case it's something that you're thinking about, maybe it'll help you a little bit. This is not work that I've done. This is work that that was posted a long time ago after the January debacle. Let me find it real quick here. There's certain posts that I save because I think that they're extremely important posts, and this is one of them. So this was actually created from a post that was issued on Superstonk after the whole debacle back in January with January and February-ish with the whole buy button thing. But that right there is a list of brokers and some of the things, kind of some of the sketchy things that may have happened, and then the proof behind why they're labeling them as either a horrible broker, bad broker, neutral broker, or good broker. And so I think it's important to go through that and kind of check it out and see what kind of things happen. Because if you're trading through one of those brokers right now, it might help you to understand what you need to expect. Yeah, you need to expect some things if you're not trading with one of the good brokers. And actually, you need to expect that there might be something that may happen if you're with a good broker. Just because they were a good broker in January doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be a good broker in whenever. Mm. I got a post here from somebody, or I got a message sent to me from somebody on Reddit. I have to be careful. I'm usually really open about stuff, and I'm trying to be sensitive to people because I don't know if they want me to read what it is that they've sent to me or not. But sometimes what they're saying is like really good ideas, and I feel like I should share. But um, I'm gonna ask if I can share first, I guess. Um, and if you guys, if we ever do have a conversation and you would prefer, absolutely, Nikki, not a problem. If you would prefer that our conversation be just between you and me, that's fine. I'll respect that. Um, One of the things that I offer to any of the people that I interview is anonymity. There's not everybody out there wants to divulge who it is that they are, and for fair reasons. I totally get that. I'm really kind of putting myself out on the limb by being as open as I am, you know, with my own information. Um, but you know, your stuff is safe with me. It's not going to go anywhere. I don't have any reason to throw anybody under a bus. uh, and yeah, it's safe. Sandy, awesome. Every Friday, I'm kind of doing this every Friday. I give a shout out to the new family members here on the channel. I didn't shout out names last week. I kind of so I talked with Jason about this last night, and he said he felt like it was okay. Um, I don't even like to say what I don't like to do. I never ask anybody to subscribe or like. I never do. I think it's dumb. I just think it's really stupid. You're gonna do it if you want to do it, and you're not gonna do it, and it doesn't bother me one way or the other because if I had 0 viewers and I had 0 likes or I had 100 downvotes, I'd still be here doing this. It doesn't matter because one of the reasons that I'm doing this is because I want there to be a record of everything that happens. Throughout the day, through this entire process, we're going to be making history, and this is going to go in the history books, and people are going to want to see what happened along the way. But my point is that I'm trying to make here is that um, I'm not trying to make any money off this show. I never want it to be about that at all. And so when I sit there and say welcome to the family on Fridays, I'm not trying to get you guys to subscribe. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to point out to everybody else, recognize this name because if you see it pop up in the chat room, welcome the person to the family because we're all here in this together. So welcome. It's good to see you here. Yeah, Jason knows what I'm talking about. We talked for a while last night, and he knows how I feel about this. So welcome to the channel. Welcome to the family. I think you'll find that there's some good content here. I guess I will explain because I don't know who's new and who's not new. At the end of the day, because I can't, I'm putting on a 9-hour show. I'm getting up in the morning 2.5 hours before market opens and streaming live until market close. And a lot of people have said, I can't watch 9 hours. And I said, yeah, I get that. I get that a lot, actually. And so what I want to tell you is that what I've done is at the end of every single day, in the description box, if there's important things that I feel like I talked about that are key subjects, I put it in the description with a timestamp so you can click on it, you can go straight to that point in time, and you don't have to watch the full 9 hours. Most of the time it's just technical analysis stuff that I put in there, but every once in a while I'll put a few other things. But the downside to this channel is that sometimes you're just not going to be in the know. We might talk about something and you just weren't here for it, and and that is what it is. A great example of that is, you know, good old Gazer Beam Gary, right? Some of you know, some of you don't know, and you know, it's if you're part of the stream, you know what it is, and maybe sometimes you're here and you've never even seen him before. You're like, who the hell is that? That's a Come on, guys, that's our SEC chairman right there. Good old Gazer Beam Gary. You know, he watches our stock. You know, when I'm on breaks, and makes sure that there's no no naked shorting going on, even though we know it's legal, but maybe done inappropriately. But anyways, welcome to the channel. The description box will probably be helpful for you. Also in the description box is a kind of a Monty. I don't know if Monty's watching right now, but Monty showed up about 2 weeks ago. I'm outing you, Monty. So Monty came on the show and just started asking me question after question after question. And I sat there and I after the show was over, I was like, man, I just had an interview. And I didn't mind. I really didn't mind, Monty. I thought it was kind of cool. I was like, oh, that's cool, man. You want to know what my positions are. If you're going to invest time in knowing who, listening to me, you should want to know what my positions are. So I went ahead and I wrote down, I kind of listened. I went back over the stream and I listened to some of the questions or I looked at the questions he asked. I assume it's a he. I don't even know. Monty could be a she. I don't know. And then I went back and I kind of filled out in my description box. I now have a list of some of the questions and some of the ones that I kind of thought on the side, and put answers down the best that I could. I kind of went back and re-looked at it and feel like I kind of want to touch up on some of those because I feel like they're I just kind of haphazardly kind of threw it together and put it in, but that's all because of you, Monty. My entire description box has changed because of you. All right, Monty's a dude. Nice. All because of you, Monty. My description box has changed so that you guys can get to know me a little bit better without me having to explain who I am. And I just laid it all out there. And the most important things I put up there first. The 3 golden rules that I think I have. Anytime I talk to somebody, if you guys talk to somebody about this stock, you should have some criteria that you have in place about talking to them about the stock. Like, you need to tell them, first of all, you're not a financial consultant, right? Let them be aware of that. And then secondly, the golden rules. The golden rules are in place for very good reasons, and it's important to explain why those golden rules are so important, and why, somebody goes like, buy and hold, why is that so important? And you go like, well, that's actually kind of like the whole reason this thing is going to work. And if you're not part of that working process, then it's going to fail. So if you can't really abide by the rules, then there's really no sense in being a part of it. So that's kind of, there's a rule that I've listed, that I have for myself, that I don't have listed on my list there, that you guys might find kind of curious. I refuse to talk to anybody about this stock once we hit 50 bucks. Period. I won't talk to anybody else about it anymore. I know that sounds like I don't want to sound like I'm recruiting people or something like that, but if people ask me about it, I try not to go out of my way to, preach about AMC kind of thing. But if somebody asks me questions about it, when we hit 50 bucks, I'm going to be like, I'm going to kind of shut down on that. And there's a good reason, I think. I I think $50 is kind of that. It's a very dangerous price, a very, very dangerous price where you could get somebody in a position. Think about what happened to everybody who bought in at $50 or higher than $50 this last time that it got to $72. How hard do you think it was for them to hold down to $29.50? Isn't that what the low was that we got to? I'm checking. Hold on a second. I got it on my Excel here. Oh no, my Excel's not right. Hold on. AMC actual. Where is it? There it is, 72.62. So we got up to 77.26. So the lowest after that we got down to was 28.57. 28. Yeah. I think so. I'm trying to go through the numbers. There's a lot of numbers here, but it looks like 28.57 was the low. So if they bought in for anything over $50, they would more than likely be really close to having lost half their money. And I would feel extremely guilty of talking to somebody and having the price drop that much. So to remove that guilt, I've set a limit, and that limit's 50. So it's my own rule. It's not a rule that you need to abide by. It's just my own personal rule. I just don't. I think at $50 you run the risk of becoming a salesperson almost, and that's not what this is about. If you can excite somebody about buying into a stock because you want to fix the financial system, and the stock costs more than $50, more power to you. I'm not going to do that though. I'm not a car salesman. We're doing the work ourselves. You know, for some of you guys who are on here, when we hit $50 a couple weeks ago, when was it? I got to pull up my sheet again. Back on, what was it, 8/13, when we got around to that 52.79. I bought more shares at 50. I averaged up. NJ Fish Killer, good to see you here again. What happened to the short share interest of the free float? It's up again. Let's check it out, because I was actually kind of curious if Ortex was going to put a tweet up there. So let me pull it up here. Oh yeah, it sure is. Interesting. This is really interesting. Wow, guys. That's not going to go away. You can see right now that it's reporting 20.49%, right? But the number that was reported this morning is not changed. They did not change it. Something happened today. Good eye. Very, very good eye, NJ Fish Killer. Thank you. I wasn't watching that. I was talking. Monologuing. I was monologuing and got carried away. This is how the enemy dies. The bad guys always die because they're monologuing. Yeah, that's interesting. It'll be interesting to see what happens to this for tomorrow. If this correction is made, because if you'll notice right now, 20.49 was what it was on the 8th, October 8th, last Friday. The exact number is 20.49. The reported number for this morning was 17.67. It's now reporting 20.49 again. If it just had a spike down and then retracted back up, that's going to be really interesting for the price. No. You don't need to think NJ Fish Killer. You're right. You're 100% right. You're 100% right. They're playing with the numbers. %100% right. They're playing with the numbers. Look, it's fixed now. They fixed it. 20.5. It went from 20.49. Now it's showing 20.5 for the beginning of today. They fixed it. All right. So the next thing we do, it says we go over to Twitter because I can almost guarantee you. Watch this. I can almost guarantee you I know that Ortex has got a post out about it. Let's check it out. They always post this stuff right after they make changes. Nothing yet. Keep an eye out on Twitter for Ortex. It's at Ortex, all capitals. No tweet yet, but I can almost guarantee you it'll be coming. They'll probably say it was a misreporting, but somebody's messing with numbers. You're 100% right, Fish Killer. Did I say that right? I'm not looking at your name. Yeah, Fish Killer. New Jersey Fish Killer, nonetheless. Spy is climbing. I love it. You guys are like so on top of this stuff. Like I'm not even. It's like I'm not even steering the ship. You guys are. I love this. This is great, man. I'm gonna sit back. I'm gonna enjoy you guys. You guys are the show. Yep. Spy is definitely climbing. A little bit of looks like it's stair stepping its way up. I almost guarantee you that the reason that short estimated current short share interest of the free float was due to some type of reporting number that they didn't catch, and since their system automatically reports the numbers the way that they do, I'm pretty sure that something happened. Some kind of reporting number got reported to them incorrectly, and based on what NJ Fish Killer is saying, the fact that the whole iceberg thing on covering today, you can bet your bottom dollar something like that happened. 100%. It's like it's too obvious. It, you don't have to be a huge detective to kind of figure out these kind of things, right? You know, I'm a little bummed. I am a little bummed about that because, you know, we did see those spikes. Now, here's something I want to mention to you though. We did see spikes in price right after we had dropouts. When we had dropouts on that indicator, right? Like right here, and then we had a price increase, and then it went down again. There was another price increase, went down here, price increase, came down here, kind of gradually, but had a price increase. This one was a price increase without too much of a drop beforehand. But the fact that when it dropped as much as it did this morning, I was like, "Ooh, we're on a price increase, about ready to happen." But they corrected it, so that sucks. Yeah. I wish I could draw lines on this. It never works for me. Whenever I click on this stuff here, it won't let me draw the lines. Is it going to let me? Oh my gosh, it's working finally on my computer. I just wanted you guys to see this. Come on. I just wanted to have you guys see that trend, the upwards trend on that estimated short share interest of the free float. Irregardless of every single time it dropping out before those price increases, it always managed to work itself right back up to the trend line. That is so cool. Like every time I've ever tried to use these on the side, it never works for me. That's the first time. About 9 more minutes, we'll do another technical analysis. Yeah, I can't wait to see what their reasoning is behind um, Sorry, I just noticed that I had a message from a very important person that I needed to talk to. Yes, it is back up, Israel. It's back up, and Ortex has updated the numbers to match the values. So it has been corrected. I expect there to be a Twitter post from Ortex within the next hour or two. Honestly, I should have done it this morning. If you guys ever see something like that, and I should have just directly done it myself. But whenever you see a drop in something like that or something that looks misreported, you can reach out to Ortex and notify them. I think they're pretty good about getting back to you. And I should have done that this morning. So we've been trading on this descending parallel channel here from basically about what time is that? 10:17 Eastern Standard Time to now. Almost going on 4 hours of being inside this descending parallel channel. I'm kind of expecting the price to possibly hit 35.54 before bouncing. It could be earlier than then. I mean, it could definitely be. We could see a bounce off of 36.18 at some point. It should break out of this descending parallel channel going up because this is a bullish indicator, as well as this wedge that we have, this falling wedge. This upper blue line and lower blue line down here is a wedge that completes kind of mid to end day tomorrow. With price falling and volume falling, which it is, day over day we have volume falling. I would expect it to break out of the descending wedge as a bullish indicator upwards in price sometime tomorrow. So if you're looking for a great entry price to get in, you might find that tomorrow. Not financial advice. even though it sounds like it definitely is. I'm a little curious about something. I'm gonna pull this over real quick. The dark pools. I kind of want to refresh this real quick. It's kind of a topic that we've been talking about. So one of the topics is that every time we've had like a major price increase, this since January, it's gone up above the dark pools have gone up into the positive range. So we got 1, 2, 3 other times in the past, and then now we're like probably one of the largest times right now, and it's holding. I just wanted to see if it was holding or not in that range. The other thing I wanted to kind of look at was to compare that to GME. I'm just curious. It's not like any kind of competition or anything. Okay, I was just curious how that was looking. Hmm. Sandy, I think it's gonna probably. I mean, if I had to guess, my best guesstimate would be that it's gonna fall down to somewhere close to this like 35.54 range by tomorrow, at some point before breaking out going up. That would be my best guesstimate. I'm kind of I'm theorizing, so it's not like it's not 100% accurate information here or anything like that. I mean, we're at the very bottom side of this wedge and the descending parallel channel. So I actually think that we're going to be going up probably at some point here pretty soon before moving back down. Yep, it's starting right now. We'll probably be going back up here a little bit before heading back down some. So right now it's following this channel, this descending parallel channel here, which is inside the wedge, and we'll probably continue to follow that until we get to a certain point to where that's no longer capable. You know, you guys all know very, very well that typically what happens is when we get to the aftermarket hours, it just flatlines. So what I would expect to happen today is to kind of maybe kind of bounce around in this region right here, with the end of the day closing somewhere between 36.44 and 36.18. That would be just kind of a guesstimate, and then maybe just kind of flatlining all the way throughout the night, breaking outside this descending parallel channel, doing some funky morning business going into tomorrow, and then doing like more continuation downwards until we get maybe like midday tomorrow, where we start spiking up in price. It's just it's my best guesstimate for technical analysis, which it's that time for. So let's check it out. Let's see what we got going on. I just realized that like I've got myself on this page. What's gonna happen when I refresh that? Oh, it gets rid of my line. I just realized that I've got myself on this this other page here, my video feed. I mean, of course I knew I had it there, but But I'm thinking about it now, looking at it from the perspective. It's like, oh, you guys have to see me if I'm on the other page too. I don't know why I put my picture on there. I felt like you guys needed to see me in order for me to know that I was there. Because sometimes I'll pull up this other page and you know, I won't be saying much because I'm refreshing screens. So I think that's why I put it up there. I'm being all like self-conscious right now. I'm so full of myself. Every time I look over and I see myself on the screen, I want to take my image off. This is not me. This is not me, guys. This is not the kind of person that I am in real life. I hate this kind of stuff. The only reason that this works out for me is because y'all aren't sitting there saying stuff back to me. if we were all sitting in a circle, like watching computer screens or something like that, and I was trying to do a presentation, this wouldn't be coming out. My voice would be cracking like it just did. Hi guys. It would be so bad. Oh man, I can't even tell you how bad it would be. Today we're going to talk about AMC. Oh man. Dark pools, 58.42% traded in the dark pools so far today. It's going to be about 62 or 63% on Stocko Tracker. Borrowed change has changed quite a bit. It was down. They had returned 410,000 shares. It's now showing a return of only 36.6 thousand shares. Estimated current short share interest of the free float will have gone up because of that, which is now at 20.49%, which is still, I think, the number from yesterday. So I still don't think it's actually updating correctly. They're still having issues, I would imagine. Taking a look at our highest level of volume for calls. At a $40, I'm laughing in my head still about the whole cracking voice. On a call, there's 15 point. I can't keep going. Composure. On a $40 strike price, it's gone from 12.3 to 15.6 thousand options. I'm gonna lose it here in a second. I just know it. I need to get it out. On the put side of things, it looks like the highest level of volume is at a $34 strike price from 36 an hour ago. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I think I'm tired or something. It must be tiredness talking. So our strike price lowered by $2 on the put side, going from 3,000 contracts at 36 down to a 34 strike price and 4.2 thousand contracts. Okay, so we've dropped underneath a 4-to-1 ratio just slightly. Just slightly. If you were in my head, you'd understand why I was laughing. If you were in my head. Compose myself here. Okay. Checking Fidelity. It looks like AMC is not on the top 10 list for most traded stocks. Still in 12th, I think is where it was an hour ago. 58% buys to 42% sells looks really good. GME still not back on the list. Yep, I don't see it. Stocko Tracker. No updates on. Nope, no, that was a while ago. No updates on new shares being lent. 16,000 contracts in the money on the calls. 134,000 contracts out of the money on the puts. Go see my pinned comment, guys. My pinned comment is like I think it was what did they say, 14-minute video. We've all been getting this wrong. Every single one of us. The whole idea that the dark pools are filled with nothing but buy orders that are stuff there to reduce our price is not entirely true. So go watch that video, because the out of the money long calls may be a huge responsibility, and I know I've been putting so much pressure on you guys every time I talk about it that if you're playing calls, to not play them if you're not winning like 90% of the time. But part of these numbers right here might be hedge funds. So go watch his video. There's some good information in there. I'm gonna watch it a second time tonight. Because sometimes it takes me a couple times to really get the information to sink into this thick skull of mine. This thick skull. Let's see, the advancing 3,978. The market is advancing to declining 2,753 decliners. The Nasdaq is just breaking even. Dow Jones down 0.15, and the S&P 500 is at negative 0.07. Robinhood is down 2.09. Amazon is up 0.26. Cinemark is up 0.95. Doge is down 1.16. Amazon is down 2.29. AMC is down 1.96. And our inflow versus outflow is currently a 1-point spread. So more outflow than inflow by only 1 point. Actually, it's almost 2 points, but who's counting? That equates to 2%. This is actually the closest I've ever seen inflow to outflow being this close to different and such a large percentage down. I say first time. It's probably not the first time. Seems like the first. It's always the first time, right? Always the first time. What do we got here? 390 minus 120 plus 7. 277 minutes into the trading day. Okay, I'm getting a total average volume, or we're on pace to hit 26.5 million shares for the day today. And we're only at 18.83 now, so that's probably going to continue to drop down even further. I feel like I'm jumping the gun, so I'm not going to say anything. I feel like I'm jumping the gun. I need to just chill. I'm not going to comment. I'm jumping the gun. 1 hour. 1 hour interval. We currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure, with 36.13 being the RSI. On a 30-minute interval, it looks like there's more selling pressure than buying pressure. With RSI at 36.02, which is low. On a 5-minute interval, it's crossed over, showing more gains coming our direction. So you could see a turnaround on the 30-minute and the hour. It's crossed over within the last 5 minutes, and RSI is at 45.23, which is just below average. So plenty of room to move up as we do, if we do move in that direction. Which you can see that we did have that turnaround when we got down to that bottom side of that descending parallel channel. So we're still trading in this channel right here, which it looks like it kind of could move. It's close. I'll put it right there like that. So it's touching those 2 points. It's pinned. It's pinned at the very top. I can post it again, but it should be at the very top. Why can't I copy it? Hold on a second. Oh, doggone. I think this is the link. It is. There's the link right there. Sandy is asking, do I think it'll go to 37.50? You mean up to 37? I would assume you're saying up to 37.50. The top edge of our descending wedge today ends at 37.02. If we were to hit that number before, what was your number you said? 37.50. I'm gonna say I don't think so. What you might see is it break out of this descending. So we have two different patterns that I have drawn here, right? We have your descending parallel channel, and these other lines that are on the outside edges here are your is the wedge that completes tomorrow. So when it breaks out of this descending parallel channel, it should be moving up to newer highs. So if I draw back to the 30-minute interval and we kind of zoom in on it, what you would see is that the highest level that it could probably reach, like right now, is 37.21, 37.20 maybe. If it broke out today, I'd be surprised. I really think that we do have a down day today. Yeah, I just think we have a down day today. And I think we might even have a down first period of the day tomorrow. First half. Periods? Periods would insinuate 3. That is definitely half. I mean, it could be 2 periods before it breaks out. I don't know, I'm thinking of hockey when I say periods. So I guess my answer to that is probably not. But again, Sandy, I want to be very, very clear when I tell you that between me and the 3 other people who pick price predictions for every day, I am the worst at it, and it's because I care way more about volume than I care about price. Because for me, price is just it means nothing until I go to sell, right? The closer you can get to that kind of zen, the better you can hold this stock. Just saying. Badback says this thing is headed for the low 30s, I think. I don't think so, man. I really don't think so. So, did you check out that Wyckoff theory, Badback? Because you really need to check that out. This pattern right here, this doesn't look to me anything like anything like that could happen. Where am I trying to go to here? Oh yeah. I'm just pulling it up for you so you can see it again. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that you know, I'm a believer in this Wyckoff theory. I really am. But essentially what you have right here, this point that is right here is pretty much this point right here. We've gone through down to this part right here, and we're hitting that test. We've hit the test at 33.74, and then we came back up. Excuse me. I said test. I meant spring. So we went from 52.79 down to 33.74, and that was the spring. Then it comes back up, and then it tests this the support lines, right? And the support line is right here, and that support line is 35.61, right? Based on how I'm just very roughly hovering over it and looking at it, 35.61. Now, if I come back in here and I add in all that other junk, all those other lines and everything that I got set up on here, if I add in all these lines with my Fibonacci retracements and stuff, and I kind of move back in onto the 5-minute interval, what you're going to notice is that that 35, what was the number that I said just a minute ago? 35, I don't know. The Fibonacci right here is showing 35.54. I think that could be the very bottom. We test that one more time, and then we start seeing a pop, right? The bang. Maybe not tomorrow, but what would that be? Thursday? What's today? I don't even. Is today Tuesday? I don't even know. I lost track of time. Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, Tuesday. You know, I would assume Thursday, but it could be as late as Friday. You know, like the really big bang part. You know, we could see like the downwards movement, the beginning half of tomorrow going into some upwards movement, maybe finishing the day even or maybe a slightly above even going into tomorrow, maybe having slight movement upwards tomorrow. Sorry, not tomorrow, but Thursday, and then Friday could be, you know, the bang. If you guys haven't read my suck squeeze bang blow theory, um, that I posted on Reddit, it's worth a read. I will post that up there for you guys. If you want to understand the cycles, it's worth a read. I don't think that I attached the. So there's three parts of this. The suck squeeze bang blow, and it wasn't until like just a few days ago that I realized that I misspelled squeeze on my title for the first one, the suck squeeze bang blow. I put I put suck squiz bang blow. Seriously? How do you mess that up? I did. I don't know how I did it, but I did. Anyways, this is it right here. It's a really long read, guys, but you know, you have to when you're trying to explain a theory to somebody, you have to kind of make it entertaining, but you also have to kind of there's dry parts, right? Like getting through the reading can be dry. So, you know, take a gander at that. See if it makes any sense to you. And you know, we're currently in the squeeze phase right now of the cycle. And the next thing comes is the bang. And we'll know it when it happens. It'll be very obvious. All right, guys. I think it's time to call up good old Gary Gensler and see if good old Gazer Beam Gary will take a look at the stock for us and monitor the um, corruption that may not be happening in our markets. May not be happening. Allegedly. There he is. Good old Gazer Beam Gary. He's going to watch our stock for us while I'm out on break. Alright, I'll give you guys a little bit of music here in just a second. 2 o'clock. So I'll be back at 2 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, and we'll do a rundown of the end of the day. Do a toast, our normal end of the day toast. I guess maybe we'll toast today. Maybe we might have to toast Ortex, getting it right. Good old Ortex. It does look like we're going to break out of that descending parallel channel right now. If it does break out, you know, expect to see a run up a little bit here, and then you know, we'll probably hit something like 3704, and then maybe kind of crash back down a little bit. It'll be 3704 will probably be a level of resistance that it'll have a difficult time pushing past. Bad back. Man, you're getting as bad as JP. Y'all are getting bad, man. You're hurting my feelings. I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm just gonna go to break, and you all just enjoy your nice run up here, because I know that's what you're waiting on. I'll see you guys in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Reading what you guys are saying. You're too funny. All right, it's you know what time it is, right? It's toast time. Gary Gensler watching over the stock just perfectly, bringing us up to that nice run up there to the upper edge of that um, wedge that we have for the day today. We definitely broke outside the parallel channel there. I guess we're gonna toast to Gary or not to Gary, good old Gary, good old Gazer Beam Gary. We're not gonna toast to him. No, Gary, it's time to go home. Yeah, go home, Gary. But no, what we're gonna toast to is we're gonna toast to Ortex, getting us all excited today, lightening the mood. Really kind of throwing us for a loop. I don't think it was their fault. I really don't think it was their fault. I think there's some really sketchy reporting going on with the numbers. But I think that's what we're going to toast to today. Is that getting numbers correct. Ortex coming through, pulling through, and finally getting the numbers accurately reported correctly again for us. This bottle cap opener is no good. All right. To Ortex and getting the estimated short share current interest of the free float correct. Cheers. I know you guys were tripping a little bit over that. That's why I always say don't take it to heart, these numbers. They're estimations. Okay. I will take you over to the other screen. We'll update everything and check where we're at. There we go. Oh, goody. Dark pools went up a little bit more, 58.89% going into the dark pool today. That's going to be showing up at around 62-63% in the dark pools. Our borrowed change amount has gone back down again. And an hour ago it was down to 36.6 million shares, 36.6 thousand shares being returned, and has increased to 258, which decreases the current short share interest of the free float down to 20.45. Our highest level of volume is currently around the $40 strike price. It has gone up from 15.6 to 19.2. On the puts, $34. Still $34. It has gone up from 4.2 in the last hour to 6.4. We have a 3-to-1 ratio now. Three-to-1 ratio in volume on calls versus puts with a 6-point spread, giving us a $37 middle ground. Max pain is at $39. Moving you guys over to the other page. Orders by Fidelity customers, looks like AMC is not on the top 10. We're in 12th position with 59% buys to 41% sales. That's looking beautiful. Beautiful. Liking it. Shares borrowed in the last hour, nothing. So far today, we've witnessed them borrow about 2.9 million shares. 16,000 calls in the money, 134,000 calls or puts out of the money. Again, in the pinned comment section, there is a link to AMC Biggins and his DD about how dark pools aren't necessarily buy orders that are being stashed there, and that really the price manipulation comes from the out of the money long call options. So go check that out. It's like 14 minutes of your life. It's nowhere near the 9-hour stream that I put in. So spend 14 minutes of your life watching that DD because it's really good. Highly recommend it. The market is currently advancing 3,996 advancers to 2,763 decliners. The NASDAQ is down 0.04. The Dow Jones is down 0.17, and the S&P 500 is down 0.13. So it's kind of interesting to see that we have more advancers than we have decliners, but yet the markets are down. Little mixed messages going on there. Our inflow versus our outflow currently shows 145 to 149. So there's now a 4-point spread on this run up, but it's for the outflow, not the inflow. I don't get these things. Maybe we don't understand these numbers right. Maybe outflow is actually the positive side. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. 4-point spread equating to 1.1% down in price. The amount of oh shoot, I said amount. I mean the pace of shares that we are on is 337. $25 million shares traded for the day. That's what we're heading towards. This is going to be probably one of the lowest numbers we've hit in a very long time. I think it's, I don't know. I'm going to say it this time. I really do think this is caused by DRSing shares. It's drying up volume. It may be, I don't see an effect in the dark pools right now, but it's drying up volume. And the same exact thing had happened on GME. And that's not good. We'll see how it affects our pop. But I have a feeling it's going to adversely affect it and maybe not draw up as much of a pop as we'd like to see when we do hit the bang phase. Because you really need a lot of volume to really get a good price pop, and we're drying it up. Looking at a 1-hour interval. Definitely buying pressure coming in. RSI is at 41.62%, so it's definitely looking like the price is going to be heading upwards. Looks like we might have a crossover in the next hour or two. On a 30-minute interval, though, I bet you it's going to look a little different. Yep, a little more selling power than buying power coming in here with the RSI at 44.22. On a 5-minute interval, it switched over a while ago, giving us our nice kind of run up here. I think what you're going to see is you're going to see kind of return. So the price is starting to head back down. You're probably going to see a return to selling a little bit here, probably leading into like maybe the last 15 minutes. So basically like the next 30 minutes, no, less than that, 30, let's see, 20 minutes, the next 20 minutes. No, wait. What's 45 minus 9? 35. So the next 35 minutes is going to be probably some downwards price action. we're really traveling down this wedge quite nicely. If I zoom back out to the 30-minute, you'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah, we're really traveling down this thing quite nicely. Oh, hey, look at that. Oh, no, never mind. Just kidding. I thought the VWAP was up to date. It's not. Yeah, but I think we'll follow this wedge into tomorrow. And volume dropping, price dropping, descending wedge means a breakout bullish. So, I really think that we're going to get this test off of like, I don't know, something in between 35.54 and 36.18. Maybe like 35.82, maybe a buck less than where we're at. So I kind of would think that, there's a chance that we start out. Actually, you know what? We might break out like at the very beginning of tomorrow. I'm just thinking like if we hit the end of the market today down here in like this range, 36.50, and it just trades sideways going into tomorrow, it's possible we break out at the very beginning of the market opening tomorrow. Very likely. My box might be a little too far back. Some of these really long wedges that have this like severe downwards pointy part here, I don't draw the box far enough back. Not enough tip. Of course, crazy. JP's price prediction is always 53. Okay, so what's next? So here's what I think is going to possibly happen. We're looking for that bang to happen, right? If we do break out of this thing in the aftermarket hours, this wedge in the aftermarket hours or pre-market tomorrow morning, tomorrow very possibly could be the bang day, which would be volume increase and price increase massively, in contrast to where it's been, and which obviously is not going to be hard to do, right? With 25 million shares or less traded for the day today, you can expect that that's going to be almost a given, that our volume will be up day over day tomorrow. If it's not, we got serious problems. Those DRS shares are really screwing us if that's the case. I expect there to be an increase in volume massively when this thing does pop. Do you guys think I offended that person that came on earlier today? I don't know. I think about it. I hope I didn't. I wasn't trying to. Crazy Pepe. You know, you're the kind of friend, Crazy Pepe, that I need in my life. That gives me shit, and um, convinces me that I need to just not care as much as I do. Because sometimes I care. I care too much. I yeah, I care too much. Just do. It's a flaw. It's a character flaw in me. More beer helps. Ah, yeah, beer helps. Beer helps a lot of things. That's what you do, kids, is you cure your problems with alcohol. This is not a kids channel, by the way, if I haven't said that before. Hmm. Let's see what's going on in the news. Let's see if Ortex tweeted anything yet. Nope. Still no tweet. Hmm. That'll be suspicious if they just choose to not talk about this at all. The fact that they reported it down by like what was it, 6%? 17, 18, 19, 20, 20, yeah, 4%. 4% or 5% down. How do you not I don't know. Dr. Drake says, alcohol, the cause and solution to all of life's problems. Cheers. Cheers, mate. JP saying, Dr. Drink, I'm having a nice Spanish wine right now. Is it a red wine? JP, just out of curiosity. And cheers to you, Dr. Drake. You couldn't have said it better. 53. Red wine. But what are you eating with the red wine, though? I mean, I would assume it's going to be a really good Spanish dish. Like if you're gonna treat yourself to a nice red wine, I would assume that you're gonna have a nice Spanish dish with it. What would that dish be? Out of curiosity, inquiring minds want to know. We're getting to that point in time of the day where a lot of us are probably deciding what we're gonna have to eat tonight. Well, no, Duncan, you don't. You don't need food to drink red wine. Um, but I guess I envision myself being in Spain right now, sitting by like a nice brick fireplace, about one of those like Spanish brick fireplaces, about ready to drink a nice fine red wine. And I imagine like just a really fine Spanish dish there. I don't know why, but it seems like you would want to be eating some kind of amazing Spanish food, with your red wine. Red meat, red wine. Yeah, that's right. Um, Let me check something out here. Hmm. I tried to look up Spanish, popular Spanish meals. I feel like maybe something. What about like a gazpacho manchego? Maybe that might go really well with a red wine. Tapas, yeah. My girlfriend is Romanian, and we just ate one of her mother's Romanian dishes. It's a sour cabbage dish. Very nice. But yes, normally red wine with red meat. And then JP said, I'm actually from the. I'm going to probably slaughter this, but Basque is a Basque country. Whole different culture and cuisine here. Silent Streamer says, creeping up. Silent Streamer's like, why are we talking about food? I thought this was an AMC channel. All right, I'll look that up. Chulutton. I think I've heard of that before. JP's asked me to look that up. Let's see here. Oh, that looks tasty. Yep, there you go. That's a winner. Sign me up. When I come over, JP, after we moon, let's do that. I'm bringing the wine. I'll bring a really nice, fine red wine with me. Maybe 2 bottles. We'll need 2 for this rowdy bunch of us that we are. Maybe 2 probably won't even be enough. I'll bring a case. All right, silent streamer getting into this. There you go, silent streamer. Way to hit us up with some Spanish food to go with the mix here. Looks like we might play a little bit of a sideways price, a little bit of sideways price action, kind of moving towards the close here. We might have finish up a little bit, trying to push towards maybe 37. We might try to close on the upper side here. JP is saying he's going to take me to the best places. I have a bet with my mates. All right. I don't know if I want to know what the bet is, but yeah. I'm sure it's an outlandish bet, you know, knowing you, JP, 53 all the time. I'm sure it's an outlandish bet, but I like it. I like it. It's like I used to say when I would go skiing. If you're gonna crash, crash big. If you're gonna wipe out on the hillside, you might as well go off in a helicopter. You've already ruined the day. You might as well get one more ride out of it. I used to say that. Now I'm more like probably more reserved. JP saying there's a restaurant here, very expensive. I said to them, if you guys make more than €1,000 on AMC, you have to pay for me. They got in at $8, so that means I get a free meal. Oh, jeez. I mean, I don't know how many shares they bought, but I'm sure you did them by. I'm sure you did them right. Yeah, that sounds right, Crazy. I think you got it right. Maybe JP would rather have shrimp on the Barbie. I've always wanted to go to Australia. I really do. I really want to kind of head over that direction sometime. That'd be a fun trip. Got me. Okay, so I had one of the listeners reach out to me, and they went ahead and said it was okay that I read this stuff off to you guys. um, One of the ideas that they had was, which they really haven't thought through, so bear with them. Could someone set up a shared Google Drive Excel sheet or something similar that each ape could access and enter their own number of shares? I know this would rely heavily on honesty and no fudgery, so likely it wouldn't work. Essentially, a way that we could create our own, say, share count. Just thinking of ways to help. You know that's been thought of before. I know it's been mentioned that we do something like that. Unfortunately, I think without getting the shares, nobody would believe, right? Nobody would believe any of the, people just putting in numbers. Yeah, nobody would believe it, unfortunately. But they said another idea to create an online poll vote with answer options being a button to select the number of shares you own, and those actually happened. There was a period of time where sorry, not Stonko Tracker, but AMC stock allowed people to put polls like that, and people actually were putting in how many shares that they had, and they were doing those polls. But I think polls have been since banished from the channel or from the Reddit. Uh, but yeah, there's data in there, but unfortunately, it's just there's no way to keep people honest, unfortunately. ice cream. I love ice cream. Me too. Crazy Pepe was saying he loves ice cream. Have you guys ever? I don't know if this is I don't know if it came from Spain or if it came from Mexico, but have you ever had maybe it is Mexico. I think it's Mexican vanilla ice cream, but I'm not sure if it's Mexican or not. I think it's I can't remember if it's called Spanish vanilla ice cream or if it's Mexican vanilla ice cream. Anyways, it's got like that hint of like cinnamon in it. Um, it's just basically it's pretty much just vanilla ice cream with a hint of cinnamon, and it is so yummy. All right, JP, we'll see you later, man. Take care. We'll hold the fort down for you. See you around later. Um, it would be massive, Jason. I know it's a great idea. It really is a great idea. The problem is that like you said, it would have to be just a couple of brokers. But we're talking about like well, I know for a fact that there are some people who are modifying their editing out. Where was it? I can't remember what it was, but they were modifying something and making it look like they had more. Oh, it was the points on AMC as a member for the AMC shareholder thing that AMC has, and essentially people were going in and modifying their points to make it look like they had more points than they actually had. Some of them were actually really good modifications, and I couldn't really tell that there was a difference. Parse it, yeah. I just don't think that I can so Jason's saying I can disqualify out programmatically the image manipulation. Oh, that's cool. I mean, it's something we could definitely, offer up to the community on Reddit and see if it's something that they would want to try to participate in. Um, I don't. I mean, if the community wants to do it, the community will do it, I guess. Right. That's exactly right. And it's going to be a lot of data too, right? I mean, there's going to be, figure there's 4.1 million in North America alone. There's 4.1 million or 4.1 retail investors. That's a lot of investors, a lot. So that'd be a lot of information to collect. But yeah, if we could get a better sampling than what we got from the SATEC, it might be worth looking into. I don't know. See, the problem is that everybody thinks that DRS is the way to go, and so we got everybody working on that right now. So if you want to add that to it, it's going to be like, nah, we're already doing something. So who knows? Who knows what their participation would be like? Okay, it looks like we're starting to get a little bit of a push here. It's 2:35. I normally like to see it starting around 2:45. Anything too early, and it typically tends to fizzle out towards the end. I just want to look at my 30-minute wedge and see where the top is here. Looks like it's right at 37, like 37.10-ish. maybe 37.07. It'll be real interesting if we finish just at the top there, just breaking $37. Yeah, I hear you. It's funny on the price predictions. Some days like when my high number is the number that we're kind of trading within, it makes me want to go like if it looks like we're gonna break out of it, I part of me wants it to come down, and then the other part of me is like, no, go up, go up. So, yeah, I get that feeling. So I put 35 to 38. Eric did 36 to 39, and Duncan did 36.8 to 39.8. So there's a chance that myself, Eric, and Duncan could all get another point today, and Adam would miss again. There's a chance. It is possible. You are perfectly in the zone. Well, actually, I shouldn't say perfectly. You've just breached the zone. It does look like they have a. If you guys notice right now, I'm actually going to take you to the other page here. What I want you to see is at the order book flow over here. There's some really heavy selling pressure trying to keep the price down. They really don't want it breaking up over a certain amount here. You can see it keep filling back up at about 36.94. And then it disappears and it fills back up again. Oh man, they really don't want to see this go any higher. I love seeing this struggle. I really do. I really love seeing this struggle. It's like it's just I feel like it's fun. Mm, this is looking juicy. If we break past 37, we could have a huge spike. I'm talking like breaking past like really strong. Like it's just got it's I mean it's got to just burst past it like 37, 30, 10, 37, 10, 30, 20, 37, 20. I mean, it could run. It could run here. 37 to 40 was Eric, I believe. No, no. Eric was 36 to 39. I'm 35 to 38. So I'm going to take it out to the 30-minute interval, guys, just because we really need to see what's going to happen here. This, if we can finish above 37.08, I mean this thing could just really pop off here. Isn't that like a basketball coach's name, Popoff? Is that my team's? What's his name? I just What is the Spurs coach's name? Oh, it's Popovich. I'm not even. I didn't even find it. It just popped into my head. Popovich. It's close enough. Yeah. See. The problem here is we're bouncing off the top of that wedge. We're really bouncing right off the top of that wedge. It's not meant to break out just yet. Gosh darn, that would have been really cool though. I'm excited about tomorrow, guys. I really am. I can't wait to wake up to the volume pre-market tomorrow morning. Watch it be like 150,000 shares traded by the time I wake up at like 5:30 in the morning. I'm gonna be beside myself. I'll have a hard time. I'll have a hard time coming up with a volume number for tomorrow because if it's that high, it means fireworks. I'm not saying I'm not saying it is, but there's a really strong chance. So the thing is that we're really super low in volume right now, and we were decreasing in price, throughout the day today. Like our day over day price is a decrease. So we have falling volume, falling price, which is bullish. We're coming towards the end of a 3-day wedge, and 35 something right around the area of about 35.89 is kind of like this test point that we're supposed to bounce off of. And if we bounce off of that thing, I think that we're going to bounce off of it super hard, like really, really hard. And if that's the case, if that does happen, that would be the probably the bang, the beginning day, the first day of the bang. Price won't change a whole lot during that period of time, but I can imagine seeing like a spike in volume and price tomorrow, and then seeing price just kind of be stagnant for the next 2 or 3 days, maybe even 4 days, with volume dropping day over day compared to what it was, after a big shoot up in volume, and then moving into the blow cycle, or the blow phase of the cycle. Yeah. I think there's some strong possibilities. I kind of felt like the big pop would be on Friday, but I mean, there's some definite signs that there's a possibility for tomorrow. I mean, it's not hard to beat 25 million shares, right? Like as an example, I'll pull up the screen real quick. Just as an example, I'm going to make an assumption that we're going to do 25 million shares today, right? And that's going to put us down like 30%. But if on the 13th we do tomorrow, if we do, say, for example, like let's just say we did like 120 million, 380%. I see that as a very strong possibility. I can't really say what the price would be. If I had to guess, maybe 12%. If tomorrow ends up being the bang day, we'd probably see like a 12% increase in price, somewhere between 12 and 24%. I think. Let me just check back in the past histories. 6, 23. Yeah, here's a 23. 15. 6. 4. So somewhere between 4 and 24%. So if you just said like on average like 16% increase in price tomorrow with a 380% price in or volume increase, you know for sure that you're in the bang phase. I hope. I don't know if you guys are religious, but I hope Mr. Lear, my auto shop teacher, is smiling down at me every time I say suck, squeeze, bang, blow. I hope he's hearing it. I really do. Because I know my dad's not. my dad would think that was crude humor. Yeah, cheers to Mr. Lear. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. And bottoms up on that one. What do we got left here? 13 minutes left. It's time for the push. Time for the push. Remember, see what I was saying about it fizzling out a little? If we start too early, it fizzles out. This is 3, 6, 7, 8 minutes long before it started fizzling. Now would be a good time to see the rest of the push, though. Okay. This is a great post. This is a great post. Read this. This is about ComputerShare. Misconception number 1, you don't own your shares unless you go DRS. This is not true. If it's just like a bank. If you get a loan for money and you put that money into your bank, that money is your money. It doesn't matter if you owe it back to them. It is your money. That's your money. It doesn't matter where it's held at. It's your money and you own it. Doesn't matter. Yeah, so the whole idea that you own your share by DRSing is false. Misconception number 3, DRSing your shares gets you out of the DTC. A lot of people will think that DRSing your shares gets you out of the DTC, DTCC. If you look back at misconception number 2, the DTCC is the depository for all electronic stock in the country. It's simply not possible to get out of the DTCC unless you convert your stock to a physical certificate. Now that DRS does do in regards to the DTC is allows the shareholder to hold the shares in their name, not their brokers. So whenever the share is being held, it is with the shareholder. It cannot be used for DTC fuckery, as I've heard it called, laugh out loud. But once you decide to sell that share, ComputerShare will work with the DTC to process your sell. when you're holding the stock, you're not out of the DTC. That stock is still part of the collective shares that make up the central depository at the DTC. It's just being held by you, not someone else. Yep, it's true. Yeah, and here's the source for they can recall and reissue shares for stock splits, mergers, acquisitions, and bankruptcies. Here's something that I want to kind of put across to you guys. Check this out. If you have Fidelity and you call up Fidelity and you say, hey, I'd like to DRS my shares, think for a second as to whether or not that process is going to be difficult or hard. If it's a difficult process, then Fidelity probably wants you to maintain your share there for a reason. If it's a relatively easy process to DRS your shares from Fidelity, there's probably a reason for that. They don't want to have to hold the collateral that they have to hold on to because you own your share through your broker. If your broker doesn't want to continue to hold on to that collateral, they are going to push you out the door. They are going to butter up the sidewalk. They're going to open up the taxi cab door and they're going to push you out through there and watch you slide right into that taxi cab, and they're going to slam that door shut and say, to the airport. They're going to try to get you out as fast as they can because they don't want to own AMC shares. They don't. They just don't want to own them. It's too much risk. Nikki, man, like I feel like you're putting me on the spot. I'm gonna say no. No. Not popping this week, but we're getting the bang. I think there's a very strong possibility we're getting the bang this week. The big part is the blow, right? Everybody wants the blow. Everybody wants the blow. That's the good stuff. And that won't. I don't think that will be this week because let's just say, for example, that the bang started tomorrow. That would give us Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. You'd have to hit the bang portion, the blow portion of the cycle or the phase in the cycle in order to have that happen. And I think there was one time where we had so far where it was like a 2-day bang phase. Let me verify that. Nope, we've never had a 2-day bang phase. The smallest bang phase that we've ever had is 4 days, and that happened twice out of the 5 times. One time was 5 days. So are we going to get a huge price increase before next week? I think that's a strong possibility, but until we actually see the bang, we're not going to have a really good idea. So hopefully we see the bang tomorrow. If we don't, and we see the bang, let's say Friday, the blow may not happen necessarily next week. It could actually happen the week after, but let's just see the timing. Let's see what the timing is on the bang, and we'll know much better where we probably will be looking for the blow to happen. Oh, that's all right. I don't care. I don't care. Nikki said, "Sorry, don't mean to put you on the spot. It's okay." Do you guys ever watch Zip Trader on YouTube? And you notice how he like takes his hand and he points it at you like this, and then he goes to the side every time. Like he's talking about it, and then he's always going like that. I can't get enough of that stuff. It makes me crack up the whole time. He's like, "Let me tell you, this is what we're always gonna go like this." Okay, cracks me up, man. He's like, oh, I always forget that guy. He's Ben Shapiro's little brother. That's what he kind of reminds me of, like Ben Shapiro's little brother. That guy's funny. I actually like listening to the guy just because he cracks me up. And he's always got a pen in his hand. It's like a white pen. Have you ever noticed it? He's got a white pen. Oh wait, he holds it a certain way. How does he hold it? It might be like this. And he points it, and then he goes across, and he's always holding it. And the white pen shows up so much better than anything else, but it's obviously not a real. It doesn't look like it's a real pen. It looks like it's a stylist. I think some of the YouTube personalities are hilarious. Some of them are just absolutely hilarious. I think that's why people like watching like Lou and stuff like that. You know, he's got personality. He's got good stories too. All right, guys, we're in the final minute here of wrapping today up. It's been a blast spending it all with you. I'm glad I have family here doing this with me. And, you know, you guys go out, eat, drink, get some great rest tonight. Spend time with the family or friends. I keep saying family all the time, and I keep got to remind myself sometimes it's just friends that you got. Yeah, go do something or whatever, you know, hang out, call somebody up. Don't feel alone, whatever you do, because you don't want to be going through this experience alone. So, don't have a good day, though. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
whichever way I go. Right, that's the way we roll. 'Cause that's all we know. Uh-huh, yeah, I got the beat. Huh. So let's bring the heat. That's it. That's what I'm talking about. What are we gonna do all day? Not a privilege, it's a necessity.